I think
an
this
alternative
will
to
be
what we all saw coming.
Yeah,
You know, like no one's excited that ISIS is killing people
It's a
in the
random
streets.
level,
No one likes that.
random insane
It'd be
people.
fucking insane if you think those people should be just getting shot like that. That's nuts. But what they don't want is what the government was previously doing. They have a completely open border. They were busing people in the States. They were trying to pretend this was all organic, and it's not. It's not. They had a plan. They did it in a sneaky way, but they
This
was like
or nice
design,
rules,
ethical,
excellent.
The woke stories applied to geopolitics. The woke stories applied to the whole political process in this country was dependent upon the census.
Really?
The census doesn't count citizens. The census just counts humans.
Yeah.
And so you get more congressional seats, you get more electoral points. The whole thing's nuts.
And I like to think that not all Democrats, not all Democrats are about powerful.
Of course not. But the problem is, it's the party. Like if you work for a
Right, I mean, just
corporation,
medical
the corporation's polluting a river in Guatemala.
Yeah.
There's a diffusion of responsibility because you're part of a giant system. And hey, I'm just an accountant. I go to work and I do my thing for Exxon or whatever.
Well, I'd say for however messy all this is becoming, at least you've had some sort of attempt to strip out the very stuff that goes to civil services, all
Look
one
at
way,
this, yeah.
the machinery of government. That was the plan, right? The machinery of government works in a certain way. So there's no democratic means.
This,
of getting it. There's no way to do it.
transitions.
Well, I think it counts for that is the education, and that's where they didn't anticipate in 1984. So
Yes.
the education the internet provides is untethered.
But then the internet tells us that Christopher Nolan just made double platinum.
Right.
And he has.
It produces all sorts of unsavory things too.
Yeah.
But it also
This
allows the
separation is
distribution of
always
information that would be impossible in normal means. If these people are, as he said, in control of major media, which they were, in control of universities, which they are, and then it goes on to be the only way people get information. Now your information is very heavily filtered, and then all that stuff works.
But that's why the technocrats and why ideologues generally are against the internet, or they want to censor it.
Colin is trying to stop X,
Did you hear
or whoever it is.
so the EU, the head of the EU Commission is Ursula von der Leyen. Did you hear her say? Yeah, it's a sexy name. Yeah. She's unelected. The European Commission is an unelected body that sets the legislative of all these European countries. Absolutely crazy. You can't understand. She did a speech last May where she said, and I'm not joking about this, she said that misinformation is like a virus and you need to inoculate yourself against it. And the phrase she used is not debunking, pre-bunking. So pre-bunking is her idea of what you do with misinformation. What she means is censorship. But pre-bunking is the most sinister, chill it. Like if you were to say, I'm going to come up with the most Orwellian, sort of Dark Lord kind of
Not that hard.
pre-bunking.
That's like
I don't know what because I know that this
Unbalanced
free
as
speech very open up in the US and Europe generally. Like, you know when J.D. Vance came over to Munich and gave that talk to all the European leaders?
What is that?
He said, you've got to stop censoring more people. You've got to stop running away from voters. And they were shocked. And they were horrified. He's dead right. And he should. And you know what? People on the left should admit that he's dead right as well. But there's something about Europe. There's something about... Like I think over here, coming over here, I get the sense that even if most left-leaning people, as well as right-leaning, do value free speech as a kind of shared value. And in Europe, it's there's a real sense of you can't trust the narrative. Because I know that the EU is seen as a big left-leaning. The EU...
What is this? This ain't the serious.
It's a body that tells people you can have a referendum, but if you get it wrong, you can vote again. It's not a democratic organisation. So no wonder Vance is sort of, and Trump is at loggerheads.
So
body,
hard.
because you've got
Actually,
we in the UK have a
quite hard.
authoritarian leader, Keir Starmer, Prime Minister. He couldn't be further away from the American idea. He introduced this online safety bill, which is basically this is why a lot of tweets in the UK, if you go to the UK now, a lot of tweets will come from this potential harmful content, sort of screening. They're trying to get rid of juries, certain trials, right?
They already did.
And that's particularly dangerous because some of those cases are for speech crime, right? So, I'll give you an example. There was a Royal Marine called Jamie Michael who had made a video just saying he was peacefully protested against the immigration issue. They took him to court for stirring up racial hatred, but the jury is not what it was the jury that said that. In this new system, there wouldn't be a jury.
It seems like a
And he would be in
Heinz
prison.
market.
And so certain
Wait,
so
who
I
made
kind of
that
feel
market?
like
It's so
we've
Heinz.
got this harmony now. Every decision that we make
Heinz
is
the
about
fucking
not just
pedophile.
the censoring. If he could get rid of X, yes.
Is it possible that someone sensible could win? Or is the system so deeply entwined in the ideology of these people that it's just stuck?
This is what I think about that. 'Cause I look at America and in a way you had your culture.
Oh, I have to touch that. Are you kidding?
You know, I mean, a lot of people say the culture war. Of course
What?
it was.
What?
I mean, did you see about that, the advert that Joe did about Kamala Harris is for they, them, Trump is for you? That was the slogan. It was about the Democrats wanting transgender surgery for prisoners. And
This
Donald
is hard.
Trump's team had this advert,
It was not
Kamala Harris
easy
for
at
they,
all,
them,
so...
Donald Trump is for you. That actuated a 2.7 shift in favour of Donald Trump among everyone who saw it. It was a major success. That just shows that these issues, these cultural issues, people do care, and people do vote. But you had a way in America to vote that through Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've never had that. We've had
That's a good point. Like, if they had more time, they wouldn't have.
You mean that if the Democrats had come? Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
If the Democrats won this time and then they tried to do it again in 2028, Elon was really adamant about that during the last election. Like, this might be the last real election we have if you don't stop this now. Because they have an open border, and in the last 4 years, they've pulled at least 10 million people into this country. And
you know
they've
that-
changed the electoral map.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, there was both Schumer and Nancy Pelosi openly talking about letting these people vote, openly talking about giving these people a path to citizenship. And they had already put them on Medicaid, they had already put them on Social Security, they were giving them EBT cards,
Yes.
they were housing them at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City, they were giving them money and helping them get to these states.
Right.
They were flying them through into America and putting them in these places because they were trying to get voters.
Another 4 years.
In another 4 years, they might have had it completely locked up.
You know, that's what the Democrats though have said about the Republicans. I mean, Oprah Winfrey was saying this might be the last election we have if we don't vote for Kamala
Meanwhile,
Harris.
Oprah Winfrey had Donald Trump on her show years ago
Oh, they were
and was
friends, weren't
asking
they?
him to be president.
Yeah, they were mates, weren't they? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, they all get captured. They all get captured by groupthink and ideology, and they all get captured by money and protecting it, and who's going to protect them, and
But we don't have that safety valve in the UK. Like I say, you were able to, for all the imperfections, you were able to vote in an administration that was actually going to rip out that whatever
it
you
showed
call it.
this
right?
system is better. It showed the system is better, even though the system was trying to get rigged. Enough people revolted against it.
Yes.
But look at the ideas that you're attaching to this administration. Like, look, the ICE stuff is horrific. The people getting shot, it's horrific. We all agree with that. There's a lot of the authoritarian aspects, it's horrific. But what they've stopped is all of this illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Right? They've stopped all the illegal immigration. Legal immigration is still available. And then what they've also done is investigate literally billions of dollars in fraud, and they're uncovering it over and over and over and over again. So there was obviously crime that was going on that was not being addressed by the previous party. And this is one of the reasons why they didn't want the Republicans getting in the first place. So they still have to label them in the most horrific ways possible, accentuate all the negative aspects of what's going on with the ICE stuff, but not talk at all about the economy taking an uptick, not talk at all about GDP, not talk at all about tariffs being effective, not talk at all about any of the positive things. Stopping wars, he stopped wars in multiple different countries, stopped conflicts. There's no one talking at all in an objective sense.
Yeah.
This is a Nazi party, these are fascists, we have to have no kings, stop the fascists. So these narratives are just being pushed out there constantly by the media, all the while these politicians are absolutely terrified that these investigations are going to start moving into their states and uncovering more and more and more fraud, which they're going to.
But, I mean, I know you say it's so reckless, though, I think, as well, for the Democrats to, like you say, paint ICE as Nazis, talk about that this is the equivalent of Gestapo, I think someone used that phrase, I mean, I know what you're saying about the shootings, obviously, we all agree, it's absolutely agree. Any kind of situation where the police inflict that kind of violence is thoroughly investigated. But I'm concerned about the politicians. I know, go there, get in the way of federal agents while they're enforcing the law.
They're just trying to be popular.
But won't, they're putting people's lives at risk, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's again that chess move again, giving up the rook, or attacking the rook and giving up the queen because you just want the current.
Well, it's working as far as the public is turning against Trump because of the world.
There's certainly a lot of that. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of that. The narrative is out there, but it's dependent upon how far it goes.
Yeah.
Right. They've got to de-escalate this violence.
Yes.
They've got to make sure they've got it, but. You also need support of local police. You can't have people attack the hotels where these ICE people are staying and have no support whatsoever by the police. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They're being told to stand down.
So this is messy stuff. But look how hard. Well, I mean, you talk about how Trump has come in and he stripped away all this stuff and this fraud, but that was. He didn't do it in the first term. It was only when he got to the second term and it was planned. He had Doge set up and he had Musk in place, and all of this deep state stuff could be identified and stripped out and worked on.
He had a lot of deep state people in his cabinet the first term.
Right.
He didn't know.
So he couldn't work against it. Right. But we can't, in the UK, just to sort of explain where I think we are there, is we can't do that. Because we have the two major parties are both ideologically in lockstep, effectively. Right? So I mean, most of the woke stuff, conservative. They were in power for 13 years. They're ostensibly right-wing. They push for genders, self-recognition stuff.
Why do you think the Conservatives did that?
So the why is a good question. So the Prime Minister, Theresa May, Conservative Prime Minister at the time, she said in her autobiography, "I'm woke and proud." She said, can you imagine Trump saying that? It's the equivalent. It's the equivalent. So I think it's because something about this ideology infected every side of the political arm, particularly in the UK. What might happen now in the UK is Reform are probably going to win the next election. That's in 3 years' time. And that's so seismic because it will blow apart this two-party system that we've got. That probably couldn't happen in America, right? You probably couldn't get
you have a third party that can win?
We have a third party that can win. That's amazing.
Really?
And we haven't had that for a long time.
But what is the possibility of
well,
50-50?
Look at it this way. We've been sort of veering massively from, the Conservatives under Boris Johnson won this mad majority, 80% majority.
Is this vibrant?
And they can do whatever they want, and they swung. People were so resentful of what happened with Johnson, who, by the way, let in so more migration, illegal migration than the other.
And did he do that for cheap labor?
I mean, I think that's certainly part of it. Certainly that's part of it.
That's a problem that conservatives don't want to admit, that they were, I had a conversation with a very prominent politician who explained to me that he had a conversation with the guy who was the CEO of a corporation that didn't want to stop the flow of illegal immigration because he wanted cheap labor. And he was flabbergasted.
You know what?
He's
No,
like, I can't fucking believe these guys saying this out loud.
It's worse with Johnson because in their manifesto they pledged not to do it. Wow. So they had a promise, and they called it the Boris way. Right? So that's how bad it was. And then you have Starmer and the Labour Party who are just as bad, if not worse. And, we have a situation where it's unmanageable now. And Reform, this third party, Nigel Farage's party, is saying, no, we're actually going to tackle this. And, of course, ultimately what happens is the public, they reach a tipping point and they say, by the way, Starmer is the least popular Prime Minister on any opinion poll ever in the history of records. He's gone from a massive majority to nothing. Because he's been so useless on all of this stuff, because he's been so captured by the ideology, because he doesn't care about migration, because he said that anyone who was concerned about the grooming gang scandal was jumping on a bandwagon of the far right. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So all of this is happening. You can't blame the left. It's the left and the right. It's both of them. It's why they call it the Uni Party. It's the same thing. So you need something else to come along and explode it.
What do you think the possibility of Farage winning?
Pretty high. So if it were today,
Maybe you get whacked. Do you guys whack people over there very often?
Less than here. I think it's more an American thing. But
it's a lot easier. A lot more guns over here.
There's a lot more guns. But I fingers crossed. Obviously, that won't happen. But it looks like if it was today, he'd win. There's obviously. I mean, he could mess things up. Something crazy. Right. Or something. But I think Starmer, people are just sick of it. He has continually backtracked on all his promises. He's not interested. He dismisses people's concerns about immigration. He dismisses people's concern about the mass rape of children in the grooming gang scandal. They had to be dragged kicking and screaming through the environment. They didn't want to do it, and because they're so terrified of being called racist, ultimately, so they let this thing slide. So I think people are just sick of it. I think people have reached the point where I think people who don't like Nigel Farage will hold their nose and vote for a third party to explode the system. And maybe we might be able to reset after that. Maybe something could happen.
One of the things that's interesting in America is a lot of young people are becoming conservative.
That is interesting, yeah.
It's interesting because I think that's a force of the internet. And being a conservative more today is more like being a rebel.
Yeah.
It's like bucking this system, whereas it used to be that you were a rebel, you were a hippie.
Yeah.
And that's not really the case anymore because the system that has power is a system that's pushing this one very particular ideology that also demonizes young males.
Hugely.
Yeah.
But that's also why I don't think it's about left and right anymore. I think one of the things about the culture war is it kind of killed off left and right. Like I say, in the UK, we couldn't vote this out. We had a right-wing party. It didn't make a difference. The left-wing party makes it worse. We had a prime minister, Keir Starmer on radio saying that 99.9% of women don't have a penis, which means that there are, 35,000 female penises out there. It's quite a lot, if you can picture that image. So that's our prime minister saying this crazy. Our deputy prime minister said on TV that you could grow a cervix if you wanted. So that's David Lammy. That sounds like I'm making that up. He said that. You can check that. He said you could grow a cervix. So these are the kind of people who are in charge now, who are just all about their fake ideology.
Which is why internet censorship is so much more common.
That's what's going to happen. That's why they're going to absolutely try to.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, they are doing it.
Yeah.
Just self-censorship by arresting people. There's
Yeah.
a lot of censorship involved in scare.
Yeah, and
Just in the fear of being arrested.
But the problem for reform will be: do they have the guts to do what Trump did? Do they have the guts to come in and say, "Look, we need to scrap the civil service"? Well, you can't scrap the civil service, but you need to sort of bleed it dry. You need to give it a good rinse, right? Because there have been whistleblowers in the UK civil service who've said, "We're not going to do what the politicians say. If they come in and say there's an immigration problem, we're just going to stymie that. We're not going to do what they want."
Everything? Wow,
We've got
not
police
that much.
who are routinely investigating people for their opinions. Just to put that into context, we're talking about this deep state that's got to come. Our police force is trained by a body called the College of Policing. They have been telling police for years, it's your job to arrest people for what they think and what they say. And the High Court told them, you've got to stop this. You've got to stop recording non-crime hate incidents. 2 Home Secretaries said to them, you've got to stop recording non-crime hate incidents. They ignored the courts, they ignored the government. And that's the power of an ideological quango. That's the problem. So even when you vote for a party that's going to strip this stuff out, you still have to do the actual hard work of stripping out. I would abolish the College of Policing. Do people know about non-crime hate incidents? Do they know that this is the thing in America? Do they know that that's what we do?
Not really. I mean, people are just aware that there's a lot of arrests because of social media posts. We don't pay nearly as much attention to the UK as the UK pays attention to American politics.
Right, and that's fair enough. Because we're a small island, that's fair enough. But what I would say is, it's worse than people think, insofar as the 12,000 arrested a year, that's horrific. But with the police routinely checking up on you if you commit non-crime, that's sort of even worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Scottish police have a database of jokes that they've seen online that they think are problematic, and they've kept this. The Scottish police introduced a hate crime bill 2 years ago now, which can prosecute you for things you say in your own house. There's a section in that bill on the public performance of a play. So if a play is offensive, they can arrest you. If you're the director or an actor involved in the play and it's considered offensive, they can arrest you. They set up, when they implemented that hate crime bill, they set up a hate crime reporting system. So if you felt offended, they converted a sex shop, I think, there was a Muslim bar, you could go and report hate reports as and when it occurs. And this is coming from the police force, the people who are supposed to sustain authority and prevent criminality. And you've seen the viral videos of police coming knocking on people's doors saying, "You said this thing online." So I think it's worse than just the arrest. I think it's a rotten system that is being trained by activists in the College of Policing that no government will deal with. They don't get rid of these activists. They let the activists, when they're told to stop it, they carry on anyway. And in
the entire culture has to shift.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You need a politician to go in and say, scrap the College of Policing, strip out all the activists within the NHS, within the army, within the police, within the Crown Prosecution Service.
It also has to get so bad that people realize how bad it is and they need radical change.
But I think the grooming gangs did that.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we effectively sacrificed thousands of kids on the altar of ideology, the fact that we said, the politicians, counsellors, doctors, social workers, saying we don't want to be called racist, so we're going to ignore the sexual assault of children on a mass scale.
And that was not really thoroughly covered here in America. In
Really?
mainstream news.
I think because Elon...
No, online it was, but not in mainstream news.
So do people not generally know about that?
They know about it now.
Right, okay.
But it wasn't something that you would see every night on CNN.
Really?
It's a huge story.
But the power of being called racist became so intense. I mean, even, that horrible bombing at the Manchester Arena at the Ariana Grande concert, in the subsequent report of what went wrong, one of the security guards said he saw the perpetrator with the rucksack and he didn't approach him or apprehend him because he was afraid of being called racist. That was the reason. And as a result of that, 24 children lost their lives.
Wow.
The power of smearing someone as racist is so potent, which is why I think here in America the word fascist, the word Nazi gets thrown around so much, because they know if someone is so branded, you disoblige yourself from having to engage with their ideas. They become this kind of monster that you don't have to even think about or worry about.
Right.
And I think we're just getting over that in the UK now, where the accusation of racism no longer really sticks. I think people think it doesn't mean anything anymore. And, they've tried with Reform, they've tried saying that Reform is a racist party, it's a far-right party. No one's buying it anymore. And I think that's why, hopefully, something will change. I think the grooming gang, mass immigration, to the extent where people know of this, they just aren't. Unvetted people, many with criminal records. We don't want to go the way of Sweden. You know how bad Sweden's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden
So down there
used to be the most untrusted society in Europe, low crime.
I'll delete that later.
They allowed mass immigration on the scale they couldn't possibly contain. I think it's now 20% of the Swedish population are now foreign.
Also,
And predominantly they live in ghettos where crime is rife. They didn't integrate, there was no expectation they should integrate. And as a result of that, it's gone from being one of the safest countries in Europe to being the country that has most gun and bomb attacks of any country not at war. And that's happening in It's an absolute I remember when it was going on, and a Swedish stand-up friend of mine texted me saying there's grenades going in Stockholm, there's gunfire on the street, and the politicians are doing nothing about it. They're saying this doesn't matter. I was in Sweden a couple of years ago. I was talking to a bunch of... You know what Swedes are like? They're very middle class, very... well, not all of them, obviously, but very liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Very, not a racist shred in their body. And they all came back to the same story. They all wanted to discuss immigration. And they all come back to the same thing. One woman said to me, I got this wrong. We got this wrong.
Why?
Good intentions, first and foremost.
Really?
Okay, well, there's a...
Really? You think it's just good intentions to let all those people in?
Have you met Swedes?
I have,
they're so
but
lovely.
but come on. It's happening in America, it's happening in England, it's happening in the UK,
Yes.
it's happening in Ireland, it's just good intentions everywhere.
Could it also be this delusion, this idea, what you would call, I suppose, liberal universalism, this idea that everyone is basically the same. Everyone in every culture basically wants the same thing. It explains the queers for Palestine phenomenon. It doesn't matter where you go.
No. Queers for Palestine phenomenon is explained. People being stupid in your bubble where they never experienced those folks. I don't think I think this is organized. I think it's organized. I think the more chaos there is, the more they can crack down on your rights.
I know you think it's organized. I'm not convinced of that yet. I'm open to it.
It's at one point in time, it's fairly universal in Western societies.
It's
Now,
in
trying
Europe,
to prove them.
yes.
In America as well. For the last 4 years before Trump got in office, that's what they were doing here. It seems like strategy. It doesn't seem as simple as just good intentions.
I know it, well, and that does seem to be the case.
You create more chaos. The more chaos you have, the more laws. The more laws you need, the more control you have.
But speaking to these people, I mean, I was there. It was an event where we were talking about the book I read. So it was all about these issues, and I was meeting people, and they all wanted to talk about it. But
They're the citizens.
That's
They're
what I
not
mean.
the people that implement those
Right.
laws in the first place. That's where I'm saying. I
Yes.
think the people that implement those laws in the first place, they know what they're doing.
Yes, and well, certainly they were aware of all this. I mean, if you take what happened in Cologne, over 800 million sexual assaults, and media didn't report it, and the government wanted to sort of minimalise it, so that it's going to be.
It's not even just the physical, actual, measurable consequences.
Yes, exactly.
And they're not course correct. That to me leads me to think that they know what they're doing.
You don't think it could just be complete naivety, this idea
I
that
think it's the best way to combat the internet. The best way to combat the internet is create a massive amount of chaos and then crack down on people's
I
lives.
suppose what worries me about it is the assumption that it's also important will take you down that route where you start thinking, as some friends of mine now, the world is controlled by Satanists who sit in the room and they choose it. You know, they choose the leaders and they, do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I don't think it's Satanist, but I think it's incredibly wealthy people.
But why would it be in their interest to destroy the economy of the system?
Well, it depends on where they are and who they are. But George Soros clearly does that. He's talked about enjoying destroying democracies, enjoying destroying countries. He's not allowed to go into certain countries. He makes money doing it.
But he relies on the democratic system.
He just profits off it. Largely.
That's what I struggle with. Like, you know, someone who believes in fundamental capitalist dream can't yearn for.
Subject to manipulation.
Yeah.
And intelligent, evil people, or at least amoral.
This doesn't answer why people do vote for it.
I mean, they vote for it because they've done a really good job of attaching it. And there's also this ideology thing. Left and right. If you're left, blue, no matter who, blue to the grave. That's it.
Yeah.
And anybody that votes red is dirty, racist, fascist. They think about it that way. And we really have no option for a centrist party in this country, which is where most people lie. Most people lie in the middle. Most people are very socially liberal, and most of the people that I know that even identify as conservative are socially liberal. But they're financially much more aligned with conservative ideology.
Sure. But I think ultimately, hopefully, that the brick wall of reality is what cures this. Like,
If we don't destroy society along the way, we will allow them to destroy society. If we don't completely erode all of our rights along the way.
and as you said earlier, you can get very close to that.
And rights never lost. Look at Australia. They one national.
They've just introduced a new hate speech law on the back of the Constitution. And of course, this, again, is really draconian. It goes way too far. In fact, I think the Australian hate speech law is basically saying if someone does something that wasn't intended to stir up hatred, but it could conceivably have stirred up hatred among a theoretical group of people, then it's a crime and you can get 5 years in prison.
Sure. Imagine blaming it on hate speech instead of blaming it on just letting violent criminals immigrate into the
Right.
country.
I mean, that's
Imagine.
something. Yeah.
What amazing gaslighting.
We
Like
had
not
a-
saying, hey, maybe we should stop letting violent criminals enter into our country illegally and
Yeah.
live here. No. What we should start doing is taking people that have done no crime whatsoever and create their dissent. Create crime based on their dissent.
I totally agree. We had it in the UK. We had a politician, horrible story, a guy called David Ames. You know, he was stabbed to death by an Islamist at his surgery. You know,
Why is it a little
we
bit
call surgery, so
Let's see.
they come in and call back a local issue. Doesn't they do that?
It's a
He
little.
stabbed him to
I
death.
don't know.
And then there was this parliamentary debate about how can we crack down on police speech online. Right? No, the problem with the knife-wielding maniac, the problem was unchecked Islamism.
That really is what Desmond is saying.
Yeah, it's that thing of not addressing, like after the
Not seeing the truth. Not
Right,
seeing
right.
the truth because you've been captured.
But I
You've been
think,
demoralized.
but I think what's better now is that, so like when Keir Starmer, after that horrible, I mentioned earlier, the girls who were killed in France by this guy, it was a child immigrant. His response to it was, okay, let's not because the guy got the knife from Amazon, right? You can also get them in shops. You can walk in and get a
Most
shop.
people have a kitchen knife at home. It's like one of the
That's
most
not the.
common weapons.
And he banned ninja swords around the same time, which was a big blow to the ninja community. But I kind of. It's so crazy. Like that's the thing you go for. You choose the thing that isn't.
But this is the idea of allowing this kind of chaos and having this important plight, right?
Yeah.
The more chaos you have, the more you gaslight people, the more people are attached to an ideology, the more you can keep restricting their rights. Further and further and further until they're more and more frustrated. So a lot of them just give up.
We are at a position now that we can see through. In the UK now, like no matter how much they smear performance far right, the polls just keep going up and up and up.
Because you have at least some dissent.
We have that, and also the palpable absurdities of what the politicians are trying to tell you is real. Right. Has reached such a Oh, by the way, you know the Labour Party has cancelled a number of local elections. They've actually cancelled. Well, they've said they've postponed them while they were reforming the system. Right, what they really scared. But it's stuff like that where
Get rid of the juries, cancel elections, and they're the good ones.
And at that point, it doesn't matter how much your propaganda or how much you think the propaganda is going to work. The Republicans are going to see through that. And they say, hang on a minute, you're saying that I can't vote, you're saying if I end up in court and they not the jury, you're saying I can't browse through Twitter, you're saying I can't say the wrong thing online. Enough is enough. And I think they reach a point where they say, and some of the stories are so egregious, like for instance the guy, you heard of a guy called Hamid Kosti, I think he's an Armenian guy, who burned a copy of his Quran outside the Turkish embassy, right? The idea of this was a protest against the Turkish government because he perceived Erdogan's government as, I suppose, supporting Islamism and the rise of Islam. So he protests that type of thing, burns the Quran. 2 people attack him, one with a knife, the other some Deliveroo driver. He gets prosecuted in the court of law for inciting the violence. And the judge actually says, the fact that you were attacked is proof that you were inciting violence, right? It took the Free Speech Union in the UK to have that overturned. Finally, to say, that's a peaceful protest. It was his copy of his book. We don't have blasphemy laws. But now the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, is trying to overturn them because they want to see this guy go down. And that is what we're talking about. We've got bodies like the Crown Prosecution Service saying, no, we want an Islamic blasphemy. The Labour Party wants an official definition of Islamic blasphemy. You can't criticise, you can't peacefully protest, you can't burn a book. You know, and all of that, and we're seeing this happen in front of us. And people are just saying, look, we believe in plurality, we believe in freedom of religion. You should be able to, we're not got nothing against Muslims. What we are objecting to is that we shouldn't be able to ridicule your religion, or mock your religion, or protest against your religion. And you're going to pathologise it by saying you've got a sickness, or Islamophobic. I think that case, the fact that you can't burn, I mean, some kid in the school in Wakefield accidentally stuck a copy of his Quran, and he got hit with a long crime. And there was a big issue, and the police got involved. You know, we have to hold fast to this idea that no idea doesn't exist. No, and so I just think the more stories like that happen, maybe I'm naive, but I think the British public's patience is kind of very
I hope so. I hope it's not. But after your book, The End of World, did you do the audio version of it?
I did. It took me ages.
Yeah. I'm glad you did. Yeah, I'm sure it is, but it's always so much better.
It's fun, isn't it?
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. And I hope you guys figure it out. But in the meantime, I'm glad you're here.
Well, I got away.
Glad.
So it's okay.
I'm glad, but I mean, that's it shouldn't be that everybody has to escape it, right?
No,
It's nuts. And then what's going to be left? Like, only people who are submitting. And then chaos of what you allowed in.
Right. Exactly. So you've got to make sure that America doesn't get it wrong. Because I need this place to work.
I need it to work too.
Yeah.
Part of my business model. All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Check it out. It's dope.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Oh, very nice to meet you, brother. I have enjoyed your content tremendously online, and I really got into a video this morning that I was watching. site that was undocumented in Peru. It's incredible that they still have these ancient sites that, for whatever reason, it seems like the money that they get is stolen. Like the money that was supposed to be allocated towards documenting these things and registering these things, people just say, fuck it, I'm going to pocket it. And
It happens a lot more than you think.
it's just hard to believe. Some of the stuff that you document is very heartbreaking. Like, one of them was when you flew a drone over these ancient ruins and you showed the amount of places that have been looted. And it's just hot. You see these holes. And when I first saw that, I'm like, what is it showing me? And then you were like, these are all spots where someone has dug in and looted. And most of it has been done in this area of Peru over the last 20 years. So from 2006 to 2026, more.
I would have the biggest amount of looting happened. It's actually died down some, but the end of the 1980s. It's really like you can tell from the trash. Cigarettes, soda bottles.
How nice of them to steal the artifacts and the trash.
They become the place you're talking about.
This is what the fuck?
Funding, what are they at
Choke point?
that point?
That's 67%.
On 1,000 sites. What are they finding?
Well, a lot of the mummies that I found mummies that have been torn apart, cotton at the rabbit, or some sort of mallet on the person. The unfortunate thing, I mean, all you'll see is you see these bones across the pottery.
That was also the story. How much bone is this? I feel like you see the bone right there. These are all moving bones that just are scattered.
That's all cotton, and what we're talking
It's just so sad. There's no protection.
wow, nobody, no, except for the.
Well, I know very little about Peru, other than, obviously, the Nazi mystery of the place. Oh, cool. But
There's a couple burial drone shots.
it's just,
You go to the top.
how big is Peru? I don't even know geographically how big.
I mean, Peru is a different food site. All of this is in the Caracas Nazca.
And these skulls are seen.
The looters will oftentimes set them up in this fashion. There isn't a site I've gone to where I haven't seen something set up. But so I pull out to show the scale. I mean, every little piece of white pieces is some part of it.
There's so much history and cost. And so, does this stuff wind up in private collections? Do museums ever get it? Like, what happens to that stuff?
Private buyers. I actually met the term Waquero, grave robber. I actually met Miraflores in Lima proper at one of the artesanales where they're selling. So some of them had free they go out. I mean, this is one of the things I've been thinking about. What can be done about this? The government, nobody from the government. So he's going to end up in private collections.
Straight up float back. Let's go.
pottery,
Oh,
things that you wouldn't see in a museum. Just nobody from that official administration taking a trip.
It seems like just the ancient civilization is a mess. It seems like there are a lot of uncovered.
It actually has to be
in that
lined up.
and it doesn't seem like there's an incredible amount of research other than independent.
I mean, so there's so much. I mean, you throw a stone and you're finding. There's whatever you do, construction, structure. I mean, this last expedition, I went all over the country. There's no lab. So the money it would take to fund research on all these places is just extreme. I think there's a lot of history that goes missed because of what's currently happening, but a lot of times, a lot of the research is focused on what's going to bring forth.
Right. Which is also insane. Just incredible. That place is like, what, why, how, why'd you build it up here? Fucking nuts. A good friend of mine was actually just recently took a cab up to Machu Picchu.
There's a bunch of people who started. My family's from Peru, so they're all going there. I had this back when we were filming with cameras, like there's footage of me finding seashells in Machu Picchu. When I was like 10 years old. Back then, you could go wherever you
And for people that don't know, Machu Picchu is like, what, 12,000 feet above sea level?
And so I'm a kid, and I mean, I saw the footage, the grainy footage, and I was showing my dad. I'm like, Dad, look, I found seashells, and I saw them inside of planting mud and wall. And that's what started this whole process. It was just like that, it blew my mind that the seashells way up there. I studied Earth cataclysm, ancient history.
Did you say cataclysm? You said
That's
cataclysm.
the moment that started cataclysm.
How old were you?
12.
Wow. How many times have you been there since?
Well, growing up, we used to go every year and a half or so, and that's continued into my adulthood. It's only been recently, the past 2 years, that I've been doing what I've been doing, which is like hardcore solo expeditions.
And so, when you look at a site like Machu Picchu or any of these ancient sites, what is the timeline that conventional archaeologists attribute?
I mean, they attribute it to the Inca, which late 1400s, early 1500s, and they conquered by the Spanish in 1530, I think. And so most of that megalithic architecture they attribute to the Inca. However, there's evidence that there's a site Jamie, if you can pull up, it's called Vinyaka. This place there's megalithic architecture with precision that goes down 50 feet under this mountain. Check this out.
This is crazy.
What's crazy?
So I believe they filled in the top to in modern times, but and very soon there's going to be a guy who shows us a map.
Okay, that's pretty crazy.
And so you see very different construction.
Very different
styles
construction.
from the bottom to the top. But that's how it always is, right? The most complex stuff.
So that's showing that this architecture here, it goes down 50 feet into this mountain.
And what do they think this was?
So this complex
Well,
is
that's
all attributed to the war. It's attributed to the culture that came right before the Inca, which doesn't make much sense to me because what you see on the surface, that's warrior construction.
Which is small stones.
Right. And
What did they held together with?
mud as mortar. And but then, so this site has only been 4% excavated. 4%. It's underneath all of it is that type of architecture, which is crazy.
So you have mud and mortar with very small stones, and then underneath it you have precision cut megalithic stones. And how big are these stones, and where are they supposedly coming from?
Whoa.
Here's a funny story. So this place,
Funny story coming up.
if you look, you can find it on Google Maps. It's they call it the El Complejo de Wari, so the Wari complex. But if you go back to the Spanish Chronicles, Pedro Cieza de Leon, when he was in Tiwanaku, so Tiwanaku, where Pumapunku is in Bolivia, when they asked the natives, who built this, they said, we don't know, it was built before us, from the people from the lake. The same people who built Viñaque. That's what the natives said.
What?
That place, Viñaque, is 800, 1,000 kilometers from Tiwanaku. So, and it's the same construction, so it makes sense kind of what they're saying. The people who built Tiwanaku also built this place. But before they knew that, they didn't witness it. It was just there when they got there, is what the locals said.
Well, that's a lot of stuff, right? That's part of the weirdness of South America.
Yeah.
And, even Mexico, right?
Yeah.
That's the weirdness of the Aztec structures. I didn't know that until pretty recently, that the Aztecs labeled, Tenochtitlan, the place where the gods were born.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they don't attribute that to themselves. They found it when we cleared the area.
I mean, you think about it, I've still to this day, I was up in Lake Titicaca, and I mean, there's structures all over the place, but you're like, where were these people living? And because there's no remnants of cities or towns, and the reason is because in modern times people have recommissioned the blocks and started to use them for their farms and their homes and things like that. You have a good location, a place of reverence, a place you're going to build, the next culture is going to build on it, and I think that's happened a lot in a lot of places.
Yeah, well, everywhere, right? I mean, that's Lebanon too. That's Baalbek. It seems to be the case that those immense stones where the Romans built on top of them. The Roman documentation is pretty precise. They documented everything, but they never talked about these enormous 1,000-ton stones that are 7 meters up in the air.
We're just going to put them in the base of our structure.
Yeah,
right?
what? They didn't even talk about them. They talked about these beautiful structures that are on top of that are clearly Roman, but the stuff underneath it just defies logic. And some of the stones that were never moved and put into place, that were cut and quarried, but just never moved. 1,600 tons? Like, how?
And things you can't replicate, nowadays.
That's what's crazy. Like, with modern machinery, we can't do it.
I mean, when I started this path, I was, Fingerprints of the Gods was one of the first books I picked up.
Me too.
As a kid. My dad had it in his library, and that set me off on a course.
That's a little weird thing. It's so weird. Why did you do that?
The inability to be able to I don't know. I don't buy the mainstream. It feels a little bit lazy. The responses that mainstream kind of gives to some of this stuff, as opposed to just saying, I don't know.
It's purposely ignorant. It's more than lazy. Because if it was just lazy, they've been confronted by all this other alternative archaeology evidence and all these other people that have explored these things and shown. And that there was always the conventional wisdom that there was no society back then that was capable of doing this, so they had to attribute it to more recent societies.
So go back to the Pepe.
Yeah. And then you're like, okay, you guys need to shut the fuck up.
There's a power in admitting, if we're looking for the truth here, then it's like, okay, we got this evidence that disrupts this that we thought before. All right, just say that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
They
just say it.
It's fascinating that they can't, because They are like every other form of academia. They are just like, I mean, you might as well be talking to a gender studies teacher. Just like they don't want to look at reality. They just want their narrative, and they want to be the gatekeepers of information, and then they just want to push that narrative forward. And they're so mean.
Dude, I only started recently being on X within the past year, and I'm just like the cattiness of it all, man.
Well, it just
back and
exposes them. It exposes their personality. And they're just not the type of people that I want to talk to about anything.
Yeah.
Especially not, you're not the gatekeeper. If you're a 41-year-old person, you're not the gatekeeper of ancient history. You can't be. There's too much. There's too much all over the world. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. And that's, I think, why they're so terrified of people like Felipe Biondo and the scans underneath the pyramids. Because if he's right, and it appears he is, over 200 different independent scans. And they all say the exact same thing. If he's right, you guys are fucked. Because you're going to eventually have to say, we're wrong.
You have a moment here where you can choose which direction to go. Pretty soon that moment's going to be lost.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is what the evidence is presented, and like you said, it's verified in over 200 different studies. It's like, all right, we might be wrong.
Right.
Meanwhile,
They don't want to do that.
They don't want to do
They're
that.
still digging their heels in, and they're just discrediting themselves, which is fascinating. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to watch these assholes just like flounder.
Well, and it makes me think, what's the reason behind it? Is it pride? Is it ego? Is it because you wrote some books on it that you need to keep selling? Is it because it's in textbooks that universities use? I mean, there's a lot of layers to it.
It's all the above, but you can tell just by the way they communicate online, a lot of it is ego. Yeah, a lot of it is ego and just really bad personalities. These people that are accustomed to never being questioned, accustomed to being in the hierarchy of academia, where, you have these tenured professors, and then they have the people that are coming up under them, and they all follow the same sort of rigid structure. And so any heterodox thinker, anybody who comes in from outside the box, just gets shit all over.
There's no open-mindedness. I don't know if this is like a parable or something, but I don't know, some story where there's a truck going into a tunnel and it gets stuck, and it's backing up traffic and nobody can get through. Everybody's trying to figure out what the hell how to get this truck through. And just, some farmer walks up and he's just like, take the air out the tires. And problem solved. And so the inability to let other people come in with thoughts and opinions, it really, I think it's a real detriment to the study of these things. Because in my approach to some of the places I've gone, I think it is that, yes, we have research, yes, there is a level of understanding at a lot of these places what happened, but it's also that going into it with a fresh set of eyes. Sometimes, I get so locked in my work, sometimes I can't see outside of it. Sometimes it takes another party to come in, and all of a sudden, your mind is blown in a completely different direction. I don't see that level of openness to things on this side of a lot of the mainstream academia.
Well, people have to really understand that the whole concept of mainstream academia is only a few hundred years old. And that's what's weird. It's like, so these very recent structures, these very recent establishments want to be the gatekeepers of information of a vast swath of the world. I mean, it's not possible. It's not possible that you know everything.
It's not. I was
It's
thinking
just
about
not.
that.
so much.
You know a lot. They know a lot about things they have discovered. They do. They know a lot about Mesopotamia. They know a lot about Iraq.
Yeah,
all
actually,
the
so
amazing
much.
stuff that they find. Some stuff they've very accurately dated, but it doesn't explain things that you can't explain. And they want to try to just
Fit it.
That's what's goofy.
Look, if the puzzle piece doesn't fit, stop trying to.
Oh, it's like more gigantic, spectacular pieces, and you're like, oh, those aren't important. I mean, Ben Van Kerkwijk with this most recent discoveries where they're using the ground penetrating radar to find the labyrinths and this 40-meter long metallic object that's inside of an atrium down there. Like, what is that thing?
Yeah, I hope it's something. If they go looking, and I hope they do. And this is the other thing. It's like let's start putting money towards this, like now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like figure this out. I don't know why I thought this. I think it might be a meteorite. If it's some sort of like metallic thing,
40 meter long.
I know.
That's a fucking civilization.
But and imagine the next civilization coming across that thing,
Right.
and hearing the stories.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
shit, let's worship this, or like let's revere it somehow and put it in an atrium.
Well, like
that's just my
Mecca.
thought. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Like there's
Just this
a
one's 40
meteorite.
meters.
Yeah, there's a meteorite at Mecca that they all go to touch, which is kind of crazy, right? But completely makes sense, right? Something comes from the sky and lands, causes chaos, and you worship it.
I mean that. Also, wasn't like King Tut's knives was made out of a meteorite or something?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
So they were finding these things. Yeah. 40-meter one is pretty big though.
I know, but also Tic Tac shaped.
That's the other thing. I'm like, so when it comes, it's like, let's go.
Well, you know that's part of the Bob Lazar lore.
I remember.
Bob Lazar said that when he was told that at least one of these things came from an archaeological dig.
Maybe.
What? What do you mean? He's like, that's what they were telling me. I don't know, but they told me that one of them was from an archaeological dig. So these things are really old.
Dude, and his accuracy was some of the element 118,
115,
something like that.
From 1989,
Yeah.
and element 115 wasn't even discovered until the 2000s.
I mean, that's why when he's, I forget who I was talking about outside, but we were talking about, I think I was talking to Jamie about that, about Bob Lazar talking about some of these things coming from the archaeological sites.
Yeah.
Let's go find it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's where it gets really weird. Where it gets really weird is these mummies.
We're gonna go to the mummies.
You go there, Jamie?
Eric Burleson, our representative, talking about how he's asked the White House to give DOD the power to let them go see this stuff, including
Reportedly, an object that is not in this country that is so large it cannot be moved. That they built an entire building around it, and I think either Greer or another individual has actually mentioned this site, but I'm not going to mention it because it is a classified location. But there is a really apparent. There's reported a really large object, and that's one of the locations that I'm requesting to get to. It's going to involve a lot to make that happen, but that may be the final estimation.
Shit like that makes me want to run for president. Because that's all I would care about. The economy would be in shambles. I'd be like, show me the UFOs.
Do you think they do it? Because I've heard that like the.
Kill me.
I mean, it's on that need to know basis where they're keeping stuff from presidents. You know, Kennedy got too close. Like,
I don't think that's what they killed Kennedy for, but I think there's a bunch of things. But
there's a whole lot of them.
yeah, but the UFO people love to think that it's UFOs. That's why they killed Kennedy. But they think everything's UFOs. But it definitely seems like, I don't know about the evidence, because it's just stories. And that's the problem, is that a lot of this stuff, and this is how I feel when a lot of people come on the podcast and talk to me, supposed whistleblowers. Some of them I think are legitimate, and some of them I think are disinformation specialists. I think they're designed to muddy up the water, and this is what they're saying is designed to muddy up the water, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make a lot of the stuff look silly and push certain narratives and just create confusion. And I think a lot of it is probably some black budget, weird science stuff that we have. But then it begs the question, where'd you get that?
Yeah.
Is that really like the Diana Pasulka work where she's talking about essentially these things are donations and that we're supposed to like take these things and try to figure it out, and then you look at some of the creation of some different inventions that happened very quickly after Roswell.
And our our civilization just, I mean,
It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, weird stuff
Yeah.
like the fiber optic stuff and transistors, the history of the creation of the transistor and the people that were involved in it. It seems awful fucking fishy.
I mean, I try to stick with what evidence that I can make out tangibly, and it just gets so murky. Like you said, it just all of this gets so murky that I don't know how the truth would even land. You know?
Well, the truth would have to land if there was an overall comprehensive effort by all of the world governments. And there would have to be some sort of unity in this and some sort of like a recognition that this is really important for the entire human population to understand our past. And if this is nonsense, let's find out that it's nonsense. And if this is real, this changes everything. And when you look at, just look at the vast system of the cosmos, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that this stuff either came from somewhere else or was here because they were here. That there was an advanced civilization here. Whether it's our civilization or whatever the hell those mummies are. You know, 'cause the tridactyl mummies are weird.
We get
That stuff's
we
weird.
can talk about that because I went I did a deep dive with my friend Will, and there is too much amok going on with these things for me to objectively say that they are what people are claiming them to be. There's too much wrong with the picture.
Right. Well, first of all, a lot of them are fake.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them people have seemingly created with a bunch of different animal bones
And human
pieced
bones.
and human bone and pieced them together. But then there's the weird ones. You know, there's the weird ones that are mummified and they're in the fetal position and you see a structure that doesn't exist in the human body, but it's complete with tendons and ligaments, and some of them have eggs inside of them.
That Joe, I'm telling you, man, I want to believe.
Do you think it's bullshit?
I think it is much closer to bullshit.
All of them?
I think what we're dealing with here are real human beings from the past. They are ancient, that have been put together. Will from Incredible History has done some amazing work with some amazing specialists. And I mean, people at the top of their field on this stuff, looking at the X-rays and the DICOM files, and calling out cuts, calling out incisions that were made, calling out why things don't make sense. And for me, the reason I put out my last video on the Nazca mummies is because there's this whole other narrative too, where the money is, who's making money off of these things. And I think that
Is there money being made off those little mummies?
I was gonna,
Please.
let me
You got something?
Yeah. So I remember, I forget who you were talking to. It might have been Jesse Michaels, but I remember you saying, you know, these are one of the greatest art projects if they were filmed.
Right.
Well, if you just scroll to the right here, this is what the
That's a goofy one.
yeah, but that's what the Vaquero is selling. He sent that to me personally. The guy selling these things, these goofy ass. Yeah.
They will. Gets it.
There's a folder on there that has the pictures in the
These are
in
the
the
goofy
photos.
ones. But what is the one that is the female that's in the
Maria.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah. Maria is one of them. I mean, so Will had on Dr. William Morrison and Dr. Proctor, Dr. Wilson. I mean, like people in the top of their
And we have to actually time that.
in the top of their field analyzing these things.
Not to like.
This
that's
looks
what-
fake as fuck.
Yeah, everybody, you can get
Wow.
this for $15,000. This comes directly from the Vaquero findings, by the way. Yeah, I did like a little undercover thing, trying to see what I could lure out of him.
See, this is not particularly compelling to me.
But it's in the same class, coming from the same place. Supposedly, the same group of people are providing these things to the. This is in the Eco Museum. This is where they're housed.
Montserrat? Is that what the
Montserrat, yeah.
Montserrat. So these are like, again, these are not that compelling.
The small ones, no. The big ones. So the big ones though are. Gosh, they keep coming out with new specimens. There's a new one, Antonio, who's a teenage boy, except for his feet. His feet have arthritis in them, and which indicates that
Wow,
they
that's such a
put foot bones of another specimen.
offer that, right?
Now, what these doctors have done, look, and here's the thing. I mean, I would love nothing more than, of course, Peru to be the hot spot of some new species. I don't think we're alone. I don't think we've identified every species. But also, I'm not putting my money on these things coming out as authentic. I think they have been used with authentic bones, which is why they're getting the dates. I think that. Dude, I did a deep dive on this.
This is good. No, feel free. Tell me what you found out.
I initially wasn't going to make the video I did, but after spending days staying up doing this research, I couldn't not do it. And I found like I've been watching the whole Gaia series on this stuff, and I found myself like getting entranced by the maybe, and then
Right.
and then also watching. The whole reason of putting this stuff out is like, look, make your own decision, but don't just take in the fantasy. Take in the other possibilities too, and just have all the information before you make your decision.
Well, clearly we know some of them are fake. Clearly. You know, even people like me who want so desperately to believe.
What? No.
And it's also the corresponding artwork from the past, the three-toed, three-fingered artwork, which is weird.
That is weird, and I saw some of those geoglyphs down there in the middle of nowhere, you know,
Bro,
and so, and then the whole thing with, you know, the James Fox and the Brazil incident, and that thing, you know, the three-fingered thing is a weird thing in history. With these bones, I mean, I'm gonna have to point you to some of the videos that these specialists have
I don't
come
like
out
this.
analyzing
Wait,
the files.
Always.
So, but where the money is,
well, that's the
is
fucking point, right?
exactly what's happening now. It's
No, that's not the point.
we have this possibility. We're gonna make a show about it. We're gonna put out this new thing. It goes deep, Joe.
Okay, well.
The same doctors, the same specialists that are verifying currently the Nazca mummies have been on the same team for the past 20 years, verifying other species and specimens that alien hybrids and the same people. Literally, that's my whole video. I'm just like, look, this is what he said in 2007.
Yo,
This is what he said about this fake thing in 2012. This is what he said about the fake thing in 2017. And I put it back to back, so it's the same narrative.
Same people.
It's the same people, the same narrative.
And so you think that the construction has just gotten more sophisticated?
100%. 100%. They learn.
What is that, the major one?
Maria and Montserrat.
Well, let's find Montserrat
what is even?
and see the Jesse Michaels stuff, because he went down there and looked, they did scans on the bodies, and
then I have a link to I think it's Dr. Morrison talking about Montserrat's feet, the X-rays of his feet, and pointing out that's on the spreadsheet.
well, let's see that.
That?
I'd like to see that. So,
But too early.
do you think that these are recent creations of old bones? Is that what it is?
That's what I think.
Okay. And how do you think they did it? Is there any speculation?
I think that. So there.
So here's the. What's that, Jimmy? How do you think they did it?
Well, I think that they. I think they've gotten very good with taxidermy.
Right, because we've seen that before, where you take like an owl and you attach it to an iguana.
In fact, in the research I did, there was this demon fairy thing in 2017. If you want to pull up my video,
Let's start with this. We'll get to the demon fairy thing soon.
Shit is wild.
So, Metatar. Okay.
This is from a surface scan that was available, and I went in and just kind of removed some of the fuzziness so that I could highlight the bones. And one of the things, again, that you notice is that the joints have a lot of spacing between them. these are not joints that are in contact, so they're dislocated. Now the main part here, the central area where the cuneiforms are in the cuboid, those articulate with 5 metatarsals normally. The way these are lettered, A would go with the big toe, and E would go with the little toe. And again, just like in Maria, those are missing. But the joints are not lined up properly. The shapes of the joints don't go with the matching bone on the cuneiforms of the cuboid.
That's exactly what I was seeing in CT. So none of the articulation of the metatarsal junction really made any sense, and some of the bones didn't even meet an articular surface at all. So that jumped out to me immediately, because then my first question goes to, how would that even be a functional foot? So Montserrat, that's...
Why does Montserrat have tendons? Click on that. Keep it going.
where I thought I saw the raise resection.
Wow.
Because people were talking about there still being tendons and stuff intact. And I would agree that some of those metatarsals are, as Dr. Proctor pointed out, in the correct position, but then some are just missing. So if you wanted to elevate the illusion, one of the ways you could do that would be by performing a raise resection. And essentially that's a function-conserving surgery where if you've had damage to your metacarpals or your metatarsals, you'll remove that metacarpal or metatarsal and kind of rearrange your fingers or your toes and the remaining metacarpals to keep your limb functioning. So her feet, Montserrat's feet, were just a little bit different, where I think they might have used more complex procedure like that, versus Maria, where her feet just looked more like arts and crafts to my eye.
So, and so Maria came up, if these things are hoaxes, there is also, if we're just going with that angle, there's a clear evolution of the work that goes into them behind the scenes. Like that one came out after the first one. The first one got called out on a whole bunch of things. All of a sudden, the next iteration doesn't have the same issues.
Oh, right. They're correcting.
Yeah. And so, and that's actually, I forget, there was an archaeologist on X, he said that's very common in the world of fake antiquities. Like they learn, once they get called out on something, they'll figure out how to make the pottery better or something like that.
Is there a lot of money in this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, apparently,
where's the money coming from? How does it?
For me, it's not even in the sale. The most money coming from this is not in the sale of these things. It's in the shows that come from. It's in the series. It's in the subscriptions to get to the next season where they're going to finally reveal the truth about it. There's a lot of money being made in the background with, and that's part of the deep dive I went on, like following the money.
So, who do you think is making them? Do you have a theory?
I believe that there's actually it was in my video and one of Will's videos. There was a grave robber, a whistleblower grave robber who was part of this team, and he shares how he was getting stuff for Mario, like the main guy.
Mario?
There's got to be a team of specialists working on this stuff, and I mean, money went into making these things because money's going to come from it. I mean, that
Seems like a lot of money.
yeah.
But you would think that would kind of fall apart. I would think that
It is falling apart.
but it is under scams. But I would say like someone would rat somebody out. These are unscrupulous
So
people.
that's part of the reason I also decided to make this video, and a lot of the pushback on this stuff is like, oh, you don't trust, Latin American doctors or anything. No, it's not that. It's Latin American doctors from Peru and journalists they're afraid to talk about this stuff because things can get violent down there surrounding this topic.
An article from 2012 about a mummy being stolen, and it goes on.
The Ica Mafia.
Mafia.
The Ica Mafia. And in fact,
Mafia.
the guy Mario, who
It was a form of a mafia dedicated to the trade of things throughout Southern America and Europe, and at the time was $18 million a year in stolen archaeological artifacts are estimated.
So this is all going to like wealthy people in other countries that want to have these artifacts in their homes.
Yeah.
And so
I've seen the
that
text messages with some of the American buyers.
Really?
Yeah.
So these guys are just like, come on, to my den. I'm gonna show you a mummy.
What I'm talking about specifically was tapestries, and it was actually the guy I met in the artisanalis in Flores. And he showed me videos. He was very open with me. He showed me videos of because the buyers want to see provenance. The buyers want to see them pulling the artifacts out of the ground.
Right. So they just bury them and then they just.
Well, no, I mean,
mummy crowdfunder leaves archaeologists fuming. So there's a guy in London that's selling this stuff.
Get killed in a museum in London.
Huh.
That's dedicated
Wow.
so it's
What do you think is going on with the skulls? The elongated skulls.
Jamie, I have a. I think that it's one of three.
You found that one?
Oh yeah, that's one of three I've come across.
It's
Now,
nuts because
supposedly there's a difference in the way the skull, you know, when you're a child, what is it called?
The
Those lines?
sagittal, the sutures, yeah.
Yeah.
I found some without. I every elongated skull that the three I've come across all had the sagittal head, all had that suture.
Like a normal human does.
Like a normal human.
So these would be from pressing boards on the child's head when they're in development?
Yeah.
Binding? Yeah.
But then the question is, why would you do that? And I mean, I err on the side of you don't just come up with that. You're trying to imitate something.
Right.
You know, so that's and we see it in Egypt and hieroglyphs and stuff. So I do think like there is, you know, there's we've labeled things other species with just a bone fragment. You know, I'm like there's deserts of these things, and I think that if the right study went to them, we might have a separate species. If you put the money towards the study, it's all out there.
Right, like a separate branch of the human species?
Possibly, yeah.
Right, which makes sense. I mean, they're finding separate branches all the time.
All the time.
The Denisovans, you know, all these different ones that they found within the last 20 years. And there could be something with a larger head, an elongated head.
And that's the I don't know enough about osteo whatever to go in depth about it, but I mean, either you had whole cultures just doing this, or there's too many of them for it to have just been kind of some elitist practice.
And a bizarre practice at that. Like, why would you want to do that to your kid's head when clearly it's probably not being done to your head, or at least the first people? Like, what were you trying to imitate?
There's some woman who did this practice on herself, like actually trepanated her own head to yeah.
Well, we've talked about some trepanation when we had that woman on go to herself.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
wait, so you had her on?
Yeah, well, a woman who did, what was her name again? The psychedelic lady? I believe she passed, didn't she? Recently? Really fascinating woman. She died recently, right? Yeah.
So,
But she did self-trepanation.
she did self-trepanation.
But that's not an elongation of the skull.
No, but if there's an idea that what that trepanation might have done, in the ancient days they did it like to release spirits, if somebody was in some sort of psychosis or something like that. But, and I forget if it was Amanda, something happens in with your brain waves when like the brain is exposed or something like. There's some sort of I don't know.
How the fuck do you find that out without doing it?
But if the skull is elongated, I don't know if it gives extra space to. I forget who told me this, but it like changes the chemical structure of the brain that like kind kind of like a DMT experience. You're open to more things.
Huh.
And so an idea is that if you elongated it and had that extra space in the skull for the brain to have more oxygen, I guess, maybe it affects the brain chemistry. I don't know.
Just pure speculation.
Pure.
But one of the things about some of these skulls they found is that the volume is larger than a human brain. So how would you do that? Just by stretching it out with boards? I mean, it would seem like you have the same volume, you're just changing the shape of it, right?
Yeah, but there are some, like you said, that have that would appear to have more volume.
And have there been no studies on these weird ones, the ones that don't have those sagittal lines that correspond with human babies? Because some of them don't,
fringe
right?
studies.
That's the problem.
That is the problem.
What are we looking at? Are we looking at an animal head that they've kind of like shoved onto like human features and glued things together? Like,
Oh, with the mummies?
I mean, some of these skulls.
Well, I mean, some of the, like the one you just saw. I mean, they're there. They're just out in the desert. I don't know why funding hasn't been.
And you found them just sitting there.
Yeah.
And you just leave them there?
I put a pin on. I mean, eventually one day I would like to, I don't know, form some sort of relationship with the ministry of culture, because the thing is nobody's going out there. And I specifically went to places this last expedition that I went the first, just to see what happened a year later. And those places were looted even more. The things I had found and come across and documented, like an elongated skull, wasn't there anymore. So these things are being taken and sold.
I sure wonder how much of it was there in the past.
I mean, like that 8 kilometers of looting, it was all bones and textile and pottery. I mean, just 8 full kilometers. And like,
So it's an 8-kilometer graveyard?
Yeah.
I'm looking up trepanation. That's a weird one. This elongated skull's coming up. Now this one is in Oklahoma.
That's the one that looks like it's had surgery on it, and there's
Yeah.
like some sort of a metal implant.
It didn't come up in that context. Like this one's coming up too, but what they're saying is that the metal implant is used after trepanation is done. So this is patched bone.
Sometimes that has been documented as happening.
What kind of metal?
That's the weird thing too, because that metal's come up in the skull scans on like Montserrat. I don't know which one in particular had it, but they're saying it's got like metal that wasn't available. You know.
What's that one in the lower left-hand corner? That one looks crazy.
Oh, that's the Chungo skull.
What's that? Okay, so
That's
one
in
looks
the Chungo
different.
skull. Yeah, that's.
This is Caracas. I mean, that's
Click on that.
It's very close to where I found the one I showed you from the footage.
Okay, that skull looks nuts. So that doesn't look like a human skull at all.
No. That one is
Like, look at the lines on that one. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like it has any of the normal lines that a human skull has.
The museum, unfortunately, is closed now, so you can't go see it. I tried to.
Well, where is it?
It was in Peru. The Ministry of Culture shut down that museum.
Oh, the collection often exceptionally elongated skulls found in Caracas, particularly around the village of Chongos, near Pisco, dating to around 700 BCE to 200 CE. The skulls exhibit severe artificial cranial deformation, practice used by elite Paracas culture members to signify status. Huh.
That is the one we just saw in that museum is the largest one.
But it's weirdly large. Can you find some more images of that
trying
one?
to find some other stuff.
Oh, it's okay. Let's just see the images of it.
It might be hard for that one since the museum closed.
Right, but there's images.
Yeah.
So that looks like it's a lot more volume than a human head. The one on the far left, just the one, yeah, either one, the one below it. Like that, just the image alone of that. How do you get a normal human head to be that large?
Without some sort of.
It looks like you stuffed a balloon into someone's eyeball and kept pumping it up, while they're a baby. Like, what the hell is that? That's so much bigger than a normal human skull.
And then you think if it, with the skull binding practice, I mean, is there going to be some form of mental? difficulties with that human being now, if it's a human being,
or expanded capacity.
or expand. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's like, so the cranial capacity is 25% more than a normal skull. It weighs 50% or 60% more than a normal skull. Also, the eye sockets are larger, and the jaw is larger and more compact. God, that looks like a different kind of human.
So there are.
Hello.
Sao lại stream một mình thế này?
Đang chơi thử cái FL Studio ấy, tức là
Vậy thì anh làm nhạc à?
có thử không?
Đâu xem anh nấu nhạc nào.
Anh đang tutorial được hiểu không? Thì con mẹ mày nó khó vãi luôn.
Đâu anh làm được cái bài nào chưa?
Chưa, anh mới tập mà, một đời heo đâu.
Vừa vào xong rồi.
Anh vừa tải xong. Mẹ
Thử đặt một cái beat đi xem nào. Ui dễ mà, chắc cho mấy cái kiểu nốt nhạc vào được.
thì đúng thực sự là theo nước nhạc mà.
Thì trộn cháo thế nào làm sao để cho nó nghe hay là được. Bây giờ easy. Cứ cho nào nhở, trông khó.
Cái này là kick mà nhỉ? Đây là kick mà. Hát mà. Lật nó này. Cái này hát là được này. Hát là được này. Ủa. Cái là C5. C5 rồi.
Tại á.
Để làm gì?
Anh định tập làm nhạc thật hay là đại cho vui rồi?
Chơi thôi.
Tưởng anh làm nhạc thật.
Mẹ điên mẹ ơi.
Anh cũng có tố chất mà.
Hả?
Anh cũng có tố chất mà. Chắc rồi.
Xem em nói gì mà anh có tố chất? Anh là có cái gì đâu mà kêu tố chất.
Không có gì ạ. Không kỹ năng. Không có tí tài năng nào.
Giới thiệu em với Nhi nhá. Đây là Đức. Bạn này đến từ Hà Nội. Học bách khoa. Học bách khoa luôn. Xin hiểu.
Hello.
Em chào Đức. Em là My. Em 29. Ở Sài Gòn.
Hello.
Yeah, và là một
Ê, lớp 11 à?
Đúng không?
Học trường gì ấy?
Em không.
Học gì biết sao được hả Đức?
Hỏi thôi vui.
Dạ. Mẹ thì đeo khác gì mà cái bảng điều khiển máy bay cả tao đéo hiểu cái lồn gì hết.
Server anh lắm khuôn mặt.
Em bảo anh thôi.
Đi ta không hiểu.
Anh để em gửi cho anh cái tên mà hồi đấy em nghe học.
Không Velocity.
Không thì nhìn chung mà anh Vinh đấy em lên TikTok rồi em cứ lướt là em hiểu chứ em chả biết em phải làm gì.
Ôi biết hay thế anh ơi.
Trong những tiếng tuyệt nhau ấy.
Vậy anh nhìn tranh.
Không thì anh cứ một nhịp thôi xong rồi cứ ý là anh cho con để
lên
gửi
từ từ
để lại luôn.
Nè. Đây. Đây là V4.
Nhưng mà anh đừng có làm cái beat mà dạng nó ý là anh không anh lần đầu anh làm anh không nghĩ ra được nhiều cái nhịp để anh làm đâu, mà anh thể anh dựa vô một cái bài hát nào đó để anh luyện beat nó dễ nhất. Ý là anh hả?
Ấy, cái kịch ở đây này. What are you? Cái này cái snare, cái này snare mà. Cái snare. Damn. Sao cái mùi thằng lồn là đốt rác cái này. Cũng má nó tạo ra một cái gì ấy. Mà để biết anh ta tạo ra cái gì.
Đây nghe giống một cái beat thật đấy.
Theo một cái quy luật đấy là theo chỉ là một cái beat mà có lên và có xuống. Và có lúc lên và có lúc xuống, và lúc lên, lúc xuống, lúc lên, xuống.
Cả cái đấy anh phải học cơ.
Cái đấy là tất nhiên phải học rồi. Tất nhiên phải học rồi, quan trọng là mình muốn học như nào là kiểu không?
Thế nào là thế nào? Kiểu nó có cả một kiểu môn học về âm nhạc.
Thì đúng là nó có một môn học về âm nhạc đúng không? Nhưng mà quan trọng là em muốn học nó như nào? Em muốn học vì đam mê hay là em muốn học nghiêm túc vì nó thì nó lại khác.
Em nghĩ hầu hết người ta đam mê người ta học rồi chả ai.
Đúng rồi, đam mê người ta học chứ chả ai mà đoán để đi mua khóa học người ta cả đúng không? Ít me. Đúng không? Học là kiểu nó ví dụ nha, em đang thích cái lồn gì? Em đang thích Jamie Das. Nhưng mà em đéo thể nào mua khóa học người ta được, bởi vì nếu em học khóa học người ta chả hiểu cái mẹ gì hết. Em phải tự chơi á, ở đây mẹ mày
ai dạy khóa Jamie Das?
Đúng quá, tạo ra một cái beat này, ông nói đâu.
Ôi nghe ông hay đấy.
Đây nhá.
Đâu.
Cái này là anh thấy là người ta tạo á là như này này. Em thấy không? Là nó chỉ chạy đến trong cái đoạn này thôi này, cái đoạn đen này này. Thì anh thấy là cái này sẽ là một cái template đầu tiên. Một cái template đầu tiên em hiểu không? Sau đó là em tạo ra một cái template thứ hai là như cái này luôn.
Rồi nghe như kiểu anh vừa mới tải xong nghe rồi nghe nhanh như kiểu professional luôn.
Ôi đi mẹ ơi, cái học nhanh là em vấn đề của người mới bắt đầu là
rồi
học
thế
nhanh.
Anh cứ làm đi, nhớ ngay trong hôm nay được một hẳn bài hát luôn.
Wow, anh nghĩ còn được dài lắm, chứ chắc là bắt đầu đấy.
Anh biết không, người ta cũng làm mấy cái beat này giờ này xong người ta bán.
Đúng rồi. Nghi, nếu em không biết thì Nghi cũng là một producer ấy. Nghi cũng là một producer. Nghi đây là làm đúng.
Cái đó vừa vào á.
Đúng rồi.
Thằng nào nó
làm được cho 4 năm rồi đấy.
Ôi vãi. Có bài nào hit không? Có bài nào nổi không?
Cũng có ít đó. Nói chung là cũng làm với rapper ở dưới miền Nam á.
Ủa thế à?
Rapper dưới miền Nam.
Có nổi không?
Nổi không anh chỉ biết. Nhưng mà nói chung là prop thì nổi gì cả, không nổi bằng rapper thôi.
Kinh.
Em biết anh Uy gì trong nhóm mình không?
Anh nào? Em bây giờ em không biết rồi, em mới vào đây cho vui thôi. Mỗi lần vào đây em phải cái server này.
Nó để con cùng tuổi anh mà để con mà em rồi.
Cái chuyện là trước anh kể cho em à?
mà.
Có phải chuyện là trước mà có một thằng làm có một thằng nó làm hình như là người yêu của nó chữa.
Đúng rồi, thì tầm 20 tuổi đấy.
Nhưng mà chuyện đấy anh kể từ mỗi 6 tháng trước, mấy kiểu vài tháng trước rồi.
Thì nửa năm trước thì cứ coi như nửa năm trước đi, thì nửa năm trước thì cũng là trong lúc người yêu nó có bầu rồi.
Bây giờ đẻ con luôn rồi á? Con bằng tuổi anh bây giờ bao nhiêu nhỉ? Đánh giá trường chưa? Trường không?
Con nào?
Hả? Thế anh vừa bảo gì?
Ý là vợ nó mà.
À vợ
nó là thực ra là chỉ cách nhau 1 tuổi thôi.
Nhưng mà có thể mua thuốc được mà nhỉ? Sao mà thế nhỉ?
Thuốc á?
À, không, nhưng mà cái chuyện mà anh đang bảo ấy, kiểu mấy người đấy có muốn không ấy, kiểu ý là muốn có con không ấy.
À có. Không biết tôi cũng có con đâu, nhưng mà anh biết là nó
Muốn không hay là kiểu kiểu vui quá, kiểu ấy quá.
Accident.
Đấy, nếu là accident thì đấy em bảo là có thể kiểu mua thuốc uống tránh thai các thứ.
Ý là cái dạng em muốn nói
Sao mà chơi kiểu gì chơi kìa.
cái gì thôi, nhưng mà nó ý là chỉ có một cái pass thôi, nhưng mà nó nên sao
Ủa anh không thấy bắt?
nó là một cái sau mà cũng có skeleton đó chị, tự chế
Đúng rồi.
thì gọi là pass cho nó dễ đi, thì anh chỉ cần một cái gì đó thôi xong rồi.
Vậy là cái tính của con skeleton là pass đúng không?
Không, ý là anh chọn piano hay là cái hay là cái gì cũng được hết, cái sound nào cũng được hết, nhưng mà anh nghĩ ra cái giai điệu gì thì anh làm theo cái đó thôi, nó chỉ cần một cái đó thì nó rất là đơn giản, đỡ phải tìm cái piano nhịp này rồi hả cái bass nhịp kia rồi này nó nói chung cách rối đó.
Đây.
Chỉ đó, ý là chỉ cần một cái rồi chứ đừng có.
Ok anh hiểu rồi, hiểu. Nói chung thì bây giờ bữa nãy anh thấy là khóa học cơ bản của bọn nó là thấy cái cách mà bọn nó làm ra một cái bass nha, vẻ nó hay thật sự luôn á, kiểu cái bass đó anh không biết làm sao để xem thử bass
Nhận mà có hiểu không thôi.
Rồi.
Nhưng mà mới làm được có làm trên SL nó bị rối quá.
Anh á?
Nguyên dị.
Sao? Rồi rồi.
Làm trên lab hoặc là em toàn xài từ đó tới giờ toàn xài SL cũng không hiểu á. Không thì anh hỏi anh Quân hết luôn, chắc cũng biết nhiều cái app.
Mà anh nghĩ thằng Quân nó sẽ không chào đón người mới đâu.
Ý anh là sao?
Thế là anh là cũng thuộc dạng là có gì ta, gọi là có cái tôi cao á, mà ví dụ như là thằng Quân nó chỉ dạy anh, nhưng mà nó dạy anh, nó chửi anh.
Ý là hỏi cái app nào nên sử dụng cho người mới thôi chứ.
Từ đó thằng Quân trước giờ dùng FL không à?
Đâu em thấy cũng có dùng nhiều app khác nữa.
Yeah. Draw the note to create this line. Draw the note.
Nhưng mà không phải FL là ứng dụng tạo nhạc tốt nhất rồi, hay là
Nó
còn
nhiều cái tiện dụng hơn, chứ mấy app khác thì nó thiếu nhiều cái.
Sao tao tạo pass được đó rồi tao.
luôn á. Lúc em đi thi đá bóng được 7-1. Ồ quá.
Đã nghe tiếng mẹ gì đấy. Nghe không?
Anh phải biết anh cần làm sao vậy á, không phải là cứ
Chó nó nhấn trên cái này. Này nữa. Line sale. Line đi nhỉ? Line. Như này. Nó không có. Được rồi. Cái cần tụi ba được. Cho được tốt. Thật ra thì con không đã để test tốt. Chả thấy tốt à. Làm thế này. Đây. CDE.
nhưng mà anh biết anh làm sao thì chưa?
Không, anh đang tập thôi. Tôi biết anh đang làm gì đâu.
Tập thì anh tập anh thấy bài nào cũng được, nó cũng một là anh lấy cái mặt gốc của nó, ví dụ như bài nói chung là bài gì cũng được, miệng là nó không phải là gì hết. Xong rồi anh làm thì cái giai điệu của nó, chứ em nói thiệt là anh mới làm chứ anh em biết được cái giai điệu nào đó.
Thì bây giờ nó tâm mà, nhưng mà anh nghĩ anh sẽ học từ các em mình nhanh nhất rồi nếu mà em các bạn sẽ chơi từ website rồi. Rất ít này quá.
Nhất em nó là Jesse Club.
Chris Brown type beat. Rồi anh nhìn lượng dislike kìa.
Cho lòng này nó tài ngu quá vậy. Mày kiểu
Nó thế không tin được video này.
Cái tiếng. Rồi bây giờ ác cái tiếng rồi. Có 6 luôn mà. Từ phải là không biết nào là cụ thể chứ đâu phải là cái web này.
Chắc phải có một cái trang web nào có kiểu toàn beat. YouTube rồi mới có.
Thì nghe nhạc này chứ.
Cược đeo bà. Em nghe hết mấy cái nhạc. Em chưa nghe cái này. Được nghe quen nhở? Gửi nghe quen thật. Mấy cái nhạc nền của GTA em nghe hết mà. Trừ GTA 5. Cho anh thằng đấy trông ngáo ấy.
Nè, mà. Nhưng mà nếu mình có biết là chơi thì đơn giản nhất được.
Ừ.
Chỉ có biết để chơi đơn giản nhất. Kiểu này.
Từ từ cái nhạc.
Nghe nó cười. Nghe nó cười nói luôn. Em con này á là rất là cô duyên. Thì về em coi mấy ông rồi làm nhạc hay lắm. Của Nick Mira, của Nick Mira. Thì mẹ con rất là làm hay, đến cực.
Making a beat 5 phút đó.
Trong 5 phút, bộ speedrun mà. What the fuck? Má mày vãi luôn đó.
Thằng này pro rồi. Phải liền 5 giây đã được.
Ado.
Vừa là cái thằng đấy bị ao trình rồi.
Muốn chuyển kìa, ác chưa?
Em vừa mới thi cuối kỳ xong.
Có kết quả. Vừa thi cuối kỳ xong à? Sao có ổn không?
Cuối kỳ bách khoa. Chắc là qua môn.
Chắc là qua môn.
Nhưng mà thế được rồi. Kỳ môn mà trượt. Kỳ môn trượt thì cay lắm rồi.
Em ơi, mày biết là anh Ngọc mày anh Ngọc mày học Việt Đức mà học rớt từ khóa thiên học rồi đái luôn rồi.
Hãy lục Việt Đức.
Học Việt Đức rớt con lột gì đó.
Rớt bao nhiêu môn?
Nói chung nó rớt cũng ít chứ không có nhiều, mà nó rớt nhiều môn mà khá là căng ấy. Sát số thống kê nó qua này.
Cái đấy em sắp học.
Có cái môn gì mà của công nghệ thông tin mà nó rớt đấy.
Gọi là
Môn gì đó.
công nghệ thông tin à?
Không, nó học cái gì á. Đấy phải có thể tin. Nói chung là ngành liên quan đến máy tính. Đây là tiêu rồi. Cấu trúc dữ liệu nếu phải. Môn mà các bạn rớt tự nhiên là môn toán tin học, nói chung toán tin học thôi, chỉ nó là toán tin học là cái lộn nữa. Toán tin học
thì cũng cả.
ba cho mẹ được ký.
Anh lấy luôn cái beat đấy. Lấy luôn cái beat mà ông này làm trong 5 phút.
Cũng được nhưng mà thôi khó quá. Khó. Mà nghe ai sự. Yeah, không biết gì cái nào nè. Thì cái gì?
Anh biết thằng Epstein không? Rồi. Cool.
Ý là anh không thể nào mà nghĩ ra được cái giai điệu để anh làm.
Kiểu phải ISO speed không? Tự nhiên mình vừa lướt qua ISO speed.
Rồi. Ăn thức xa.
When you go to these museums, there's all sorts of there's what's that one up there? The one to the right of your cursor. What the fuck is that? Is that real? Whoa. Is that fake?
Taking me to Facebook is already a big red flag.
Yeah, I know. Facebook is a hub of fake shit. You can't escape it. It's the same picture. So a lot of
What the?
probably
What am I
AI
doing?
related. But that one that's 25% larger than a normal human skull, and larger eye. Look, the eye sockets are fucking huge. That's also weird. It's just like that's the problem with all this looting that's been going on for
Maybe
so
I
many
have
years.
a problem.
It's like there might have been some evidence of a different kind of human that lived with these people, and I mean, imagine if we find out that different kind of human was what populated that area, and they were the people that built Sacsayhuaman.
Because Caracas isn't. Caracas
Wait,
is
what am I
the
doing, bro?
highest concentration of the ones that have been found. But you find them up in the Cusco region too. There's a video I had. I think it's Chisnirdi, Chishin.
Can I ask you, what is the conventional explanation for the larger capacity of the skull and then the larger eyeballs, the eye sockets?
Conventional explanation of
It seems like you would have to explain that. Like, if that's not something different than Homo sapien human being like you or me, what is that? That's a different thing, right?
You think?
Right. Like, if you look at a Neanderthal skull and you look, mine's pretty close to one. But if you look at a Neanderthal skull and a normal human skull, you can clearly see the Denisovans, you clearly see the difference. Homo juliens, you see the difference. That's different, man.
It's different, and some of this,
Damn.
some of the stuff in their jaws and with like the set of teeth, there's differences. I mean, I haven't done a deep dive into it personally, but there are a multitude of differences that have been highlighted.
And for people that are skeptical, one thing you have to recognize is that it's really hard to make a fossil. Fossils, most things that die and have died forever do not become fossils. They get consumed by the earth like a normal thing would. You know, that's why you don't find.
I mean, yeah, and if you're talking about going back 10,000 years, that's why you're not seeing much evidence and stuff. I mean,
Right.
It's been so long. These things are preserved because they're between at most, typically at most, 2,000-ish years in that region. They're preserved so well because of the climate there, which is when you're going in these barrels, you still see the hair. It hasn't disintegrated. Like it's there.
God, it's so creepy.
Dude, I got some creepy photos from it, man. I don't know. You might want to put a disclaimer out before showing
No,
some.
people know on this show. You don't need a disclaimer.
I found the video of the guy with the long face size of reference in his hand. Still seems small.
It does. Unless he's got some giant ass basketball.
That's kind of the size of the one the one I showed you earlier. It was smaller than you would think.
But a lot of the people there back then were very small, right? They didn't have access to a lot of protein. Like, I went to Chichen Itza, and one of the weirder things is how small the people are there. How small the Mayan people. I'm short already, and I was a giant compared to these people. It was really weird.
And it's typically the same. Same in Peru until when the Spanish came.
And then the interbreeding.
Yeah. If you go, Jamie, if you just open up the photos remains folder, this is the stuff you see. I mean, there's still skin on some of these things, like, which is why.
Whoa, that's creepy. How old is that hand?
Probably, I mean, at this burial site, based on the artifacts I was seeing, it's Caracas or Nazca. So.
Go back one, Jane, please. Look at the cloth. So what is that piece of cloth? It's like it's braided in the bottom, and then
I didn't see a hole in the middle, so I don't think it was. And it's too fancy for a sling, I think. So I'm not 100%.
This is a fancy sling.
It could be, yeah.
Fancy bows and arrows, fancy guns.
True.
Look at the hand, man. That's so great.
But and what you see to the right of it is like, it kind of looks like burlap. I mean, that's what the mummies were wrapped with. Stuffed with cotton, or put in the fetal position, wrapped with textile and cotton, more textile and ropes, and that's some of the cotton and wrapping.
The grave robbers had torn apart, trying to find gold and jewels.
And what's unfortunate is some of the most beautiful pottery there too. It's just completely destroyed.
Whoa.
What?
Look at all those bones. You found this?
Yeah.
God, that's got to be creepy just seeing all those dead people's bones and rope.
It affects you, man. It definitely does.
And what's the time period of this?
This is 2,000 years. That picture actually isn't from NASA. That was I have a video of this to show you.
There's just so much weirdness about Peru. Just the Nazca lines alone. Like, what were they doing? Why are we making artwork if you don't see from space? That's crazy. Oh, the hair, the nuts. Oh. Normal size skull, though.
Actually, that one I don't have the pictures in that folder, but I measured it. It's incredibly bulbous. It's much more bulbous than a normal skull.
So you're just getting a side view of it.
Yeah, and I put the tape measure there next to it.
That's crazy. See the skin.
Yeah.
The skin and the hair on the skull. Oh God, that's crazy.
Right.
Is why, yeah. I mean that. I thought that I had gotten. This is another thing that's been set up.
You think the grave robbers do this?
You know, there were some places where I found things set up like this with little modern candies, and what that is the tradition called pago la tierra, paying the land, and so whoever left the candy, I don't think was a grave robber. It was probably it was a way of giving back to the land, giving back to the ancestors. I started doing that with, if I had a soda bottle or something, pour out some Coca-Cola, pay the land for walking to it, and document it. So it was a nice little practice, but so I would say that like 2,000-ish years old. Just to circle back, so some of these things, this is all on the surface. I don't go digging, that's not, but the Vaqueros. And that's where they're finding these things. They're finding these things in the fuck?
Just ran to death.
And it's a good shot. The whole inside.
Have any paleontologists or archaeologists brought these skulls and brought them for examination to try to find out if there's intact DNA that can be studied?
They're supposed to be doing DNA tests on 6 of the specimens, but if you watch my video, you'll see each time they've done DNA tests on all the hoaxes that they've been a part of before, I imagine the results are going to be the same.
Yeah, but I don't mean the hoax. I mean the elongated skulls with large eye sockets, things along those lines.
There is a lot of the bureaucracy of how to go about doing anything in ministry culture in Peru is so disjointed. You can't get things done. You just can't get it. I know. Brian Forrester for decades was trying to get some sort of official path to do DNA studies on these things, and so I mean I'm hoping with the work that I'm doing with Pillars of the Past that some of those boundaries can be moved, where we can actually get permission to study these things, because it's Peru's patrimony. You can't just go in there and
Right.
That makes sense. And so and it costs money to do those things too, and you have to do it in the above board way. And so it's kind of waiting to be okay.
What seems like, at the very least, the most bizarre elongated skull should be studied more closely. It shouldn't just be like, oh, it's in a museum. Look at the head. Big, huh? Weird eyes. Let's move on. Look at this bowl. Broken, but, pretty interesting. Let's move on. Like, no, what the fuck is going on
Let's
with
put
that
some
head?
money, figure it out, and
Because if it turns out that there was a totally different branch of the human species, it's huge. It's huge. What's up?
I don't know the accuracy of this, that's why I'm hesitant to bring it up, but as you're asking about that, the video I pulled up is this guy said that they tested 12
that's Forrester.
and some of them came back as Native American. I'm reading the closed caption, but some of them did not.
Some of them came back from the Black Sea area,
Yeah, the Caspian Sea Black Sea area. I think we got it years ago.
which there have been skulls found out in those areas too.
Wow.
As in Caucasus Mountains. So that's very intriguing. What I can also share with you is what I believe was the migrational pattern, because these people, like some indigenous people of the Caspian area and Black Sea area, were and are dark red-haired and also very light skin and green eyes. And this seems to correspond as well with the elongated skulls. So I believe what
They do
happened
have red hair, a lot of
3,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Caracas decided to leave the area because they were being invaded by someone. And so they traveled south through Iraq and Iran to the Persian Gulf. There they wound up sailing eastwards and eventually found their way to the coast of Peru. They're different.
Yeah.
So that's the thing with theories like this. I'm like, let's put some effort to peer review this stuff. Like let's do the studies that are needed. Have multiple universities test these things, come up with a standard set of results, and then.
So what is missing? Funding, interest? It seems like this is, in terms of like really doing a comprehensive study of archaeological sites, Peru seems like the least studied. Is that accurate?
Halfway, I would say, only because look, there's a part of me that also feels for the Ministry of Culture in a way where there's so many sites in the world that to have eyes everywhere to protect it, to have teams excavating things
Isn't that alone kind of crazy? How many sites there are in Peru, and the fact that also you have Sacsayhuaman, you have the Nazca Lines, you have all this weirdness in this one part of the world. Like, why?
you have the oldest stone pyramids in the Americas, pyramids that predate the pyramids of Giza by 1,000 years.
What do they look like?
If you look up Corral, they are. Dude, I've done a whole thesis on this. Like, I plan to write a. I don't think I'll theories on some of the stuff I found. So Corral was this area on the coast. It's CARAL, and these pyramids had.
What?
Graham Hancock's been looking into this stuff too. This sunken circular plaza. So they're just. This is a.
This predates Giza. Oh, well, what we think.
The great convention, the conventional date, right? So, all right, let's see if I can condense this. This site has, I don't know, 8 of these pyramids. They're actually all throughout the valley, and 4 valleys around it.
Bro,
The earliest one, in a separate valley close to this, dates back to 4000 BCE. It has the remnants of a sunken circular. The main thing to keep note of is that sunken circular plaza, because it's a feature that you not only see there in those 4 valleys, but you also see it 200 kilometers north.
And what's the conventional explanation for these sunken circular plazas?
Ritual spaces. Some people say collecting water. Some people say the acoustics are different. Here's the interesting thing about it. This site was discovered in the 1940s, and nobody did anything about it. The archaeology. This is what happens in the early 1900s to 1940s. Archaeologists and historians were going up and down the coast finding stuff. I mean, just finding stuff, and they would write it down. They put it on the map. That's why the Ministry of Culture has it on their archaeological database. They pick through it what they could, put stuff in museums, and just move on. That site, Corral, predated any ceramics. I mean, this was a pre-ceramic culture, so there were no artifacts to it. So they just moved on. It wasn't until Dr. Ruth Shady in like the 80s and 90s actually put research in and figured out, hey, this is older than everything else we found, because they just overlooked it. There were no artifacts. They were just like, we're gonna move on.
When you say no artifacts, like that seems weird to me, because like why would you make these immense structures and not have a bowl to put rice in? Right?
They a lot of animal skins and the weaving. So these cultures, what they found is, so that's a little further inland. They had a sister site on the coast, and so what they would do, the only agriculture they would grow was cotton. That cotton they would trade with the people on the coast, so they could make nets and fish with it. The fish they would bring back, they would give back to those people who made the cotton for them. So it was this weird, interplay. And the other unique thing about this time period is there was no evidence of war for 1,000 years. Nobody was fighting each other. It was very just everybody, no weapons, no anything.
No weapons?
No weapons for 1,000 years.
Is that just no evidence of weapons?
That's currently no evidence of weapons.
Right, but maybe someone stole the weapons.
That's possible.
I mean, you're talking about a place that's been looted ad nauseum, right?
That's true. I mean, they put in a lot of work, though, actually, especially that site Corral.
So you feel like somewhere they would find some sort of an axe head?
They found the only artifacts of major note are some of those carvings that we saw, and then bone flutes with carvings on them, and the nets, the fishing nets. And my whole theory is this was a pocket. It's called the Norte Cheat. It's a little pocket in these 4 valleys, and I went all
Bro,
over.
oh my god. I keep dying.
They don't look like pyramids. They look like mountains. They're so cool. But there's another place 200 kilometers north in the Chasma Valley, and what they have found is underneath the structures that are currently exposed, they found deeper layers of temples with that sunken plaza in this whole other location, and those are dating to the same time. So I firmly believe that what archaeologists currently say is the oldest culture, I believe that. Wow. I mean, like, This was a cradle of civilization. Hands down.
Cradle of civilization 6,000 years ago. So, which is right around the time we think the cradle of civilization happened in Sumeria.
Wow. And so the hard thing about it is, like, you'll have some carvings in adobe that's been preserved in some of these places. So there's some sort of iconography, but there's no writing. The whole thing about Peru is that there was no writing system. There is a theory, and I believe the Quipus rope strings with knots.
Yeah.
I believe that was a language, but the Spanish burned. As soon as the Spanish came over, they burned as many of those things as they could find, and they killed the people who could read them. So we won't ever know.
Oh God, Spaniards! How dare you?
But there's evidence that they took some of the Incas to the Spanish court, and so there's Inca in the Spanish court from King reading off of these people, reading stories, telling them the story
From knots on strings.
from knots on strings. Yeah.
And that understanding of that stuff is lost.
It's lost. Currently, I think for the last few years, there's been some studies being done in Harvard trying to use AI to figure out what these are. I mean, and
How
it's
many
not
of these
just,
are left over? Can we see some images of them?
I mean, the Spanish went on a mission to learn all these things.
Because they were trying to convert them to Spanish, and they didn't speak the language and become Catholic.
Pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
And so much history is lost because of it. So it's what's interesting is that oldest place in Quran, they found Cuba. They found one of these knotted strings. And it wasn't a fishing net, it was to be a keeper. So if you have that tradition going back 6,000 years, I mean, there's a lot of see that on the right? The pits? That's moving pits.
Oh, so they kind of dig it up. Why is ancient history so damn fascinating?
If you go on my spreadsheet, there's a place called Era de Sunken Plaza Era de Bando. It's a link to my YouTube.
The cans!
What we're about to see is right across the valley from Cologne. So all throughout that valley are these sites from that North Asian culture. And I'm like right there on top of this pyramid and just drone footage. So I went on mission looking for these places.
The thing about this that is so compelling but also so unsatisfying is that
Bro,
a lot of
see
these
him gonna die
stories
like that again.
get the full answer. You're never gonna get the full history. It's just the mystery will never be satisfying. You're always gonna be hungry. You know? Which is that for a person like yourself that studies these places and has dedicated so much time to it, is that in any way frustrating or does it add to the appeal?
Both.
6,000
No.
Yeah, I should have timed it like that, not like the whole
No,
level.
Look at that.
No,
So
I mean,
this is
if you got
with a
caught,
drone?
yeah, this is just me. I actually spoke to there was an archaeologist who told me to go to that place, and so I went, and I was the only one there. So my whole thing was I identified most of these places through Google Earth first. Like they're not labeled. These places aren't labeled at all.
That's crazy. So these aren't documented
No,
places.
this is. So
This one place right here is.
It's not on Google Earth though. It's not on Google Maps. You won't see any marker. But I was able to do some digging because of the guy who took me through the site. I meet this random guy, Luis. Luis is amazing. He's a farmer, right here. I freaked him out. He thought I was coming to rob him.
because he gets robbed off, apparently.
Oh boy. But he walked me through the site, and this one, okay, if you pause it, that right there on the bottom right is another one of those temples with the sunken plaza. Except that one has monoliths.
Oh, looks like Stonehenge.
Exactly. And nobody's done a study on astro. I don't know that stuff.
Right.
But I can almost guarantee that there is some sort of astronomical alignment. So what happened was archaeologists did come here in the 90s, I think, and it didn't look like corral. They weren't going to be able to restore it, so they just kept it as a, to find dating on these things. And it's from the same culture. It's just a couple valleys over.
Do you have any footage of the monoliths?
Yeah. Come up with fast forward. It's going to be back closer to where. There you go.
Interesting. So some sort of a stone circle of monoliths.
I put it through AI.
They're fairly small monoliths, though, right?
I mean, some of them have been buried and removed. But
So someone's got them in their fucking house somewhere.
Some of them, yeah.
Ugh. How much of that is a problem with archaeology? I know that was a giant issue with Egyptian artifacts. So a lot of wealthy people in other countries would just get it and put it in their den and have a big fancy party.
It still happens. I will have to say that and I mean I've seen it with my own eyes. Looting and stuff. I've never come across somebody in the field doing that.
Terrifying, right?
It would be,
Because they'll kill you.
Dude, you're out in the middle of nowhere.
And if they get caught, they're in deep shit, so they don't want to get rid of you.
And I mean,
Damn it.
I know for a fact the way some of these get out of the country is some of these vaqueros have people on the inside who write them certificates and things like that that say it's an authentic piece that has been owned by the family for this long, so they can get it out of the country to whoever they're selling it to. That's how it works. What's a bigger problem, though, recently, after talking to several archaeologists and witnessing it myself, is agriculture. They actually went to a couple sites that I found this by mistake, looking on Google Earth. So I would find a site and I would roll the satellite date back because sometimes different seasons give you better imagery. I'm like, holy hell. What exists now is a quarter of what existed 10 years ago. And now all you see is plantations. I mean, they have literally paved over the archaeological site to plant. Dude, and it's become one of the bigger missions of the channel in eventuality because you don't know, this site could have climbed, that site could have climbed. You have no idea, and there's no documentation of it. There's no documentation because nobody's going out there. These places are far away, But here's another peculiar thing. This last expedition, so I found one of these sites, and I'm on camera, and I'm ready to go in, guns a-blazing, how dare you do this? How dare you erase this? And I get there, and
I want to beat this.
I mean, it's crumbled
So
stone.
then I can watch anime right now.
It was just this woman on her farm, and so I start talking to her. This wasn't corporate. This woman did in fact write to the Ministry of Culture to say, hey, I'm expanding my farm. They didn't get back to her, so she did it. She, paved over or created plots on half the archaeological site. So it becomes I don't know what the right solution is because I feel for this woman. She's not. This isn't corporate. She's just survived. She just survived. The corporate stuff pisses me off, and I'll go hard on it, and I do in some of my videos. But she tried to do the right thing by reaching out to the Ministry of Culture. But what's she supposed to do? Wait 10 years to get a response? Right. And so, and then I don't know how you empower these people. Because from where I sit is at least if you could document it, then you'd have a record of it. That's what I'm trying to do when I go out there, create the 3D models and put pin moves on a map or something like that. So it's a tricky situation to try to figure out.
What's the most compelling site?
I wanted to show you this. If you look in my video footage, Purulin Pyramids, Purulin. This site, I think it is much more deserving of a future study. It's a site that has 16.
Damn. All right.
And what does this site do?
So what I do is half my role here is like I'll go out and find these places, and then on the back end when I make these videos, I go hard on research. Like I spend 2 hours. Pyramids, Purulin. That's just so you can have a sense of scale.
Thank God for drones, huh?
100%.
Okay, so that's a platform. So that is the remains.
That's so right back. If you look back on the horizon, that's the coast. So this is right on the ocean, which means this has been inundated for millennia by tsunamis and.
It looks like
it really does, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's completely washed over. Look at how the sand is formed.
And it's so I kept that in there. That's the wind. The wind is so I messed up my first drone flying in here. But check this out. I keep this in so you can just another one. Oh, it gets better. Another. That's
It completely seems like water's washed right over this whole area. But if you look at it from far above, it's even more clear. Yeah. Look at that.
and they're all the same. They all have the same shape.
And what's the conventional explanation?
There was one study done on this, and it was a brief survey in 1870. And this guy, yeah, that's it. However, the archaeologist who did that survey, there's another one there. The archaeologist who did this survey has been quoted in the past 30 years saying he always wanted to come back here and do more research. He just never did. It's not an easy place to predict. But what they dated it at is, even in that report, that 1970s survey, he's saying 1800 BCE, but likely, look at that. Here's something unique. If you pause it real quick. Yep. All right. So I looked on Google Earth, and those, toward the top center, you see those two log-looking things? All right, so I thought they were megalithic. They're not. All of these pyramids are carved out of the bedrock. And the only place that there were looting pits are behind those two stones at the top. In that little alcove, that was the only place. So I went there, and there's bones there. So that's where people were buried. I'm like, why are they buried? And I stand right in the middle, and it's facing 89 degrees, almost perfect east-west. That little gap. So like that's where they were burying there.
So where the sun would rise in the summer solstice.
Yeah.
Now, how old is this site supposed to be?
So they said, in that report, he says 1800. They found one piece of pottery that's documented. They found one, and so
this is from the 1970s stuff.
Yeah, and so they're saying 1800 BCE. That's right around when pottery started. But in that report, he says it's likely older as well. He thinks it's older. It needs more study. That was it. That was the only thing that was put out there. I mean, this is 16 pyramids here, and if you look in my drone footage, you'll see it looks like there's another thing here, another thing there.
So it's in the neighborhood of 4,000 years old, but possibly.
Correct. And I think it is. I stake everything on it being found much older. Pre-ceramic, pre-pottery.
The pre-ceramic thing is nuts. All right, so like here's the thing. What are they using for utensils? What are they using for plates? Like, what are they using to put their food on? And then, if it is pre-ceramic, what kind of tools did they have? And how are they carving?
How are they building these?
This out of the bedrock? I mean, imagine the amount of effort it would take for a human being banging a rock against another rock to try to do that, and then to make it flat. Are these things level? Have they?
This is the only modern. Most of my footage is the only modern media in existence of some of these sites.
That's crazy.
Of that,
just you?
Of that site.
Imagine if you didn't exist. Imagine if you weren't exposed to that as a 10-year-old. This is just gonna sit there for like another 1,000 years before somebody else figures it out?
Or it gets paid for.
God.
I'm doing it, man.
God, it's so weird. But how weird is that? How weird is it? It's just you. Like, Raul, what kind of weight on your shoulders is there that this one fascinating site, you're the only guy that's got video of this? Modern video? That's crazy.
Thanks for having me on.
You're getting kind of choked up about it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a lot of work, you know, and it's something in me that
Well, it's obviously very compelling for everyone that pays attention. It's just
that's when you look on the satellite.
And again, this is the thing. This is not like they put some rocks in place. They carved these things out of the bedrock, and they're fucking huge. That's what's so crazy about it.
I mean, getting there was
like, what are we looking at, man? Like, that's the thing. Like, what are we looking at? And why in Peru? And what happened to this area where they had so much sophisticated, complex construction that was absolutely abandoned, and there's almost nothing left?
So over the course of history, what they found is that, especially people like to build on the coast, and there's just up and down the coast, there's so much.
Sure.
But then a major, massive El Nino would happen, and that just floods everything. And
You
so
know what?
people
Just
were like,
stop.
"Oh, you gotta go over the mountains." So they started going further into the valleys. Peru's so unique. You have the coast, and then the Andes just start. You know, they just start going up until you get to, you know, before you start getting into the Amazon, you gotta cross the whole Andes. And so for several hundred years, they would live further up the valley, and then they would come back and repopulate on the coast and build on top of the sites that used to be there. And then it would happen again, and it would go back. And so there's this whole cycle of, and there's some places where you will find that direct. It's very hard to find megalithic stuff, though, like the stuff you're finding in Cusco, for example, on the coast. You don't really find that. You don't really find that type of architecture on the coast. You don't have that building material. You don't have stones like that. Mm-hmm. And so it's my belief that some of these places existed further back than we think. Like this place here on the coast, the erosion and the wind and the water that must have affected it. I have footage from, what we just saw was drone footage from this year. I didn't get much drone footage the year before. I could already see how much has been covered in 1 year from having gone there again. And it's just, imagine over millions of years, or thousands of years.
How crazy. If you had to just take a wild guess with no one holding you to this, how old do you think?
I think there's, I go back pre-cataclysm, the dryas. There's evidence on Huaca Prieta that there was this mound that was carved out of the bedrock that Tom DeLay and his team excavated, and that academically accepted dates back to 12,500 BC. And so there were people living on the coast of that.
So this mound, what does that look like?
There's it looks just like this is an interesting
Fuck!
What am I doing?
That mound.
And that's not a natural mound?
No, it started off as natural, and so what they found was they would use their refuse, and so they would put trash on top of the mound and then cap it with like adobe mud so it would become strong, it would become a platform. And then they would build on top of it.
So it's a trash mound?
Part of it.
How weird.
That wasn't an uncommon thing.
And that's more than 15,000 years old. And what is that? They're writing from there?
No, that's
that cloth.
That's it's hard to cloth, like fishing nets.
Oh.
It's one of the oldest pieces of cotton. So you ask how they were carrying things and all that with the cotton, but the cotton was coming from further inland. It wasn't coming from them. So even back then, they were. So here's the kicker. And this is part of like the paper.
The kicker.
There's evidence at that place, Huanca Prieta, of a sunken circular plaza. And that predates all the ones we saw by 2,000 more years. I think this is where that tradition started. I think that's where it started far earlier than anybody accepts or knows.
Now here's the weird one. Like, how did you?
Dude, I've thought about this. I mean, look, if you're building these structures 6,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, when did you get there? When did you get there? And there's the problem. So I mean, I don't think it takes much. I think if you're living on the coast,
It has to be happen like that. It has to happen like
any
that.
sort of water, and you see a piece of wood floating on it, like, all right. Well, then 1,000 years go by, and you have at that point put some pieces of wood together to make some flotation device. You're able to navigate. Like, I don't see it not happening. You know,
Eventually.
Right.
Especially with crazy people.
I mean,
someone's got the courage to just sail out there and hope you have enough water on you.
Or you're fishing and
you get stuck.
You get stuck and there's a storm and it's like, whoop,
right,
and you can never make it back. You know, but I think that's happened in multiple places. I don't think that civilization is born and created without that sense of exploration, but also that natural ingenuity. I mean, storms happen, you see a log floating in the ocean. Well, I can use that to go catch more fish.
Yeah.
Stop it, bro. Like,
All of a
that's
sudden you're
not
seafood.
cool, bro. Stop dying like that.
It's just,
Okay, on
when
top.
you see stuff like this that's that old, that's 15,000 years old, you go, okay, well, this is all that's left in 15,000 years old. What's left in 30,000 years ago? Because it's like double that, right? Right now, you look at 15, there's almost nothing. It's like, God, it's so little, and we get it. But if you went another 15 before that, are we talking, what is that?
And that's why I'm like, with the stuff Beyond is doing, with the SAR tech, I'm just hoping that can be affordable and applied in multiple areas to find things that are buried underground. One thing that I've always been curious about, why there hasn't been more research until I looked into it. All these places were on the coast of the world. Well, sea levels were lower at one point. And so, what's right off the coast of Peru? Right. You know? And there haven't been many, if any, studies on that. I'm like, why? Apparently, the Humboldt current makes it very difficult. This is what I read, because I was like, why hasn't anybody studied this? Apparently, the Humboldt current makes it very difficult to do research out there, where it becomes very expensive for the equipment you need and things like that. But I guarantee that you'll find some stuff off the coast.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially if you find that. I mean, and especially know that sea levels were far lower. Especially if that really is 15,000 years ago, you definitely know the sea levels were lower then.
Yeah, it wasn't like this. It's crazy to me. It's like tons of
What the fuck?
I mean, he got so much shit from the academic community.
Of course.
For his research out of Monteverde and this site.
Which is interesting how consistent it is. It's still going on today the same way.
And
they're always wrong.
Right? It's like, you would think you might want to have just leave some room and
the young archaeologists are. I think there's a lot of young archaeologists that have grown up with the internet and they're really paying attention to this stuff and they're realizing. And also, when you're young and you grow up with the internet, you realize like gatekeepers of information are a real problem. and they always have been, and they're wrong about so many things. I mean, they're wrong about virtually everything. The official narrative of almost everything has holes in it.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, something you said earlier too. Like, this age of study and exploration and radiocarbon, it's not that old. Right. So we've only been doing this type of research for 100 years with some of the new advancements. Like, you don't think something else is going to come along that might knock that out? You don't want to leave room for that?
Right.
It's kind of dickish.
It's very dickish, but no need to focus on the dicks. But that's why things like Filippo Biondi's work is so devastating to the narrative, because this new technology,
I swear to God,
it's accurate, and it is accurate on things that we know exist.
That's like
where it gets really crazy, especially when they went 1.2 kilometers through a mountain to find the particle collider underneath and got the exact dimensions and a map of this particle collider. Wow. Right? So they know that it's accurate. And then so what are those pillars? What are these 20 meter in diameter? What are these things?
And why would you not want to divest all the money you can possibly do to figure that out?
I think it'll happen. And I think one of the reasons why it's going to happen is because of the internet, is because just the pressure and the amount of interest. And also, think about Egypt, right? Egypt, a large portion of their economy is wrapped around the tourism.
Yeah.
Because the tourism in Egypt is phenomenal. Because it's one of the most incredible sites in the world. Wouldn't you want it to be even more incredible? Like, what's more incredible than some unknown mystery of spectacular proportion? Something that goes a kilometer deep under the pyramids, and they don't know what it is? Like, this is nuts. Also, those shafts that go down that are filled with debris now that they can clear out, and it leads to what at least this data shows, tunnels and caverns and all this shit that's underneath there. Like, what is that?
I mean, and Ben has done phenomenal work putting.
Oh, he's
together.
incredible. I love that guy.
The history and the story and the accounts of being in these labyrinths and
he's another guy that got into this because of the internet. I mean, he had a real career in tech. He was like, okay, I'm gonna throw this out to be a YouTuber.
I was I forget who I was speaking to, but I mean, my goal is to document as much as possible before it's not there to document, and I mean, it's crazy to be on here, and my channel is, I still feel like it's in its infancy.
Well, I only found out about it a while, I mean, I want to say 4 months ago, 5 months ago, something like that. I started seeing some of your stuff online, I think on X, and I started looking at it on YouTube, and I was like, no. This guy's going deep. How did you fund all this stuff? I mean, how do you have the money to go and do these things?
I went broke the first expedition. This was a total field of dreams. If you build it, see what happens. and fortunately, I mean, people saw the work I had been doing up until that point, and there were some GoFundMe donations, which was amazing. The fact that, I mean, just thank anybody out there, just thank you. The people who believe in what I'm doing, like, that's what fills me up the most too. Like, the encouragement and support from people I don't know.
Like, look at that,
you know, and
the content you provide, though, is so fascinating, and it's so interesting to people like myself and other people that are really interested in it. It's just a matter of getting you exposure. So the content is so amazing. It's just a matter of people have to find out about it. And then, I mean, YouTube's a great way. The algorithm on YouTube is so good because it'll recommend, I'll watch one of your videos and it'll recommend something else interesting, and it just keeps going on and on and on.
Well, so I came back from that first expedition. I was there, the first expedition was 23 days. I had 2 terabytes of footage. And it's funny, that footage lasted me a year and a half until this expedition. And I was out on this last expedition 42 days. All over the country. And, I mean, the video you were talking about when we first started talking, that is too the only, there's no drone footage of that site, ever. There is one Facebook post with pictures, and that's it. And I was like, I have to document this, and so much from the last expedition is like that. It's the only media that you'll see of it. And
The fact that these pyramids carved into the bedrock, being the only one that has media of that, is just absolutely insane. What are we looking at here?
I'm just digging around the area.
oh yeah,
This is a mummy, lady cow they found in 2006. They call her that she might have been the first female ruler of the area of Cleopatra of South America. These are pictures of her tattoos.
So actually, what's interesting is it is being. There's a lot of evidence to say that some of the early cultures were matriarchal because they're finding a lot of the tombs of these queens right there on the coast.
The sorcerer.
Yes, there's one pyramid in this area called El Brujo, where I forget that is.
Yep. And so I believe this was El Brujo. There are. I have a video on
That's
YouTube
cool
about
too
those.
because you see paint, so you realize that these things were very colorful.
Oh yeah.
Taken prisoners, and that this is a recreation of what it would have looked like then.
Those are prisoners.
Yeah.
So the actor.
Why are they painting the prisoners? That's weird.
I mean, everything was painted.
I mean, why are they making depictions of their prisoners? You know what I mean? Not that they painted in different colors. It's just kind of cool. It's interesting. Like, how old is this supposed to be?
Anywhere from 3,000. That's a very interesting part. 3,000 BC is what they say goes back to, but they say it wasn't developed until modern day, like 200, 600 AD.
So I believe it was the Moche.
1990, this one was found, and a banker probably mined it.
Right, and the Huacheros are the ones who told him about it.
And so that's a lot of these places have been found because of Huaqueros being reported. All of a sudden, there's an influx in a little village of silver or something like that, and then somebody tells the authorities. They figure out where they're going to dig. I mean, there's a good book on it. It's called The Lord of Sipan, where archaeologists literally had to like stand guard. The townspeople weren't happy that when the archaeologists got involved, and the townspeople were coming to get the gold and coming to get the silver. And so there's a whole book about it. You know? I don't know why nobody's made a movie on it.
That makes sense though, right? Because it's life changing. They can find hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gold and silver in the ground. Fuck these archaeologists.
Well, and some of the earliest, a lot of the stuff you'll see in the museums, like the Barco Herrera Museum, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the pottery is preserved because you had these big plantation owners, these big, technocrats, and their workers in the field would constantly be finding this artwork and these wakas, and so they're like, you know what? I'll give you $2 every time you bring me one. And now we have the Barco Herrera Museum, full of this stuff. So and I was talking to Dr. Ed Barnard about this. There's also so much involvement. The people finding these things, they aren't. Maybe nowadays they're making a lot on stuff, but for the past couple decades, there was just so much.
Dude, what the fuck?
If you're a Peruvian worker in the field moving this thing up the ladder, you're getting $3 for a piece of concrete.
How long have you been doing this for?
I mean, what I've been with the channel 2 years.
That's it.
2 years.
And what were you doing before that?
Video editor.
And so you just said, you know what? I'm gonna just take a leap of faith.
I had a contract position and it ended. I was posting these things I was finding on Google Earth, and I was saying, like, I think this is something. This is why I came up with this whole methodology. And people were like, shit. And I was like, you know what? Let's see. And I went and 100% accuracy. Every single place I saw on Google Earth that did not have a link wasn't. every single one I went to. That first expedition, I went to 90 in 23 days. 9. That was the first expedition. I was there for 42 days this time. Wow. So, like, I've got 5 terabytes worth of video footage of things nobody's seen.
That's crazy. Yeah. But just, I mean, imagine again, what if you didn't do this? That's what's nuts. That's what's nuts. Like, we would be completely ignorant about this stuff.
Yeah.
And it just makes you wonder, like, what was, like those stone pyramids carved into the bedrock, you have footage of it. What was that culture? What were they doing?
And all I have to go off of is what made me happy is, like, and I have it on the video, I'm talking to the camera, like, I think this, I think that, I think this card, and that survey verified every little thing that which was, like, pretty cool, because I'm not, academically trained to, analyze these things, but I have the experience, and so it was kind of neat that every bullet point was verified by that survey. The feeling I got going to that place in particular, I don't think they're going to find pottery there. I don't think they're going to, I think it was pre-ceramic, but I also think there weren't houses. There might be, if you go dig and do some life. I think it was a place of pilgrimage. That's just my personal, I have nothing to back that up. That's what I felt, though, kind of pilgrimage. You kind of into, like, when I was walking there, I don't know, maybe Peru is for the energy in Peru is different. And so I want to say spiritual because I don't have a different word for it, and it's just you're just in tune with something. I mean, maybe it's just the nature, but I mean, I feel different out there, especially going in these far out places, and when you get to some of these sites, like you feel a little different. And so just kind of the intuitive impression I got was, I wonder if people coming here as some sort of pilgrimage, because there aren't houses there. There's no evidence of people living there. So
Nice
but
one,
is that
bruh.
because of time?
it's very possible.
That's the problem.
Don't forget that, bro.
The amount of work that would take to carve something out of bedrock, like there was pyramid. How many of those pyramids did you
There
find?
were like 16 of them.
16.
Yeah.
Okay, they're huge. They're carved out of the ground, out of rock, with what?
Yeah, if I hadn't got this run.
Here's the interesting thing. In that survey, I didn't know this, and I tried to pinpoint the location. That main pyramid I was on,
low-key die at
there's
that
a
ending.
black and white photo from 1970 where they found a carved out room in that pyramid. In that main pyramid, there's a
Low-key.
It looks like a room. It's human carved out. So there's chambers in some of these things. Why aren't we studying it? Why haven't we gone back in?
Also, how? Like,
what are you using to
right. What kind of tools do you have?
And
6,000 years? Like, what tools were available?
it's so close to the ocean. You might not ever know, but it's a tsunami.
Right.
And it's taking it right back out.
Right. And if it's metal, it's gone anyway.
Same with I think also like I think that little alcove where all the burials were, I think that got preserved because it was behind this mountain. I think if there was any civilization there prior that might have been living there, all the bones that were there on there.
Right, of course. Yeah. And probably all the structures. Any houses, if they had wooden houses or
On top of the land.
yeah, gone. Nothing left.
And so all you're left is with this strong. Who knows if those things were bigger too? You know,
Right.
We might
Who
just
knows
be-
what was on top of those things, right? That's nuts, man.
The thing that gave it away on that site in particular is when you look aerially, every single one of those pyramid structures is facing northeast. Every single one. And that's for the sunrise on the surface. And I was like, this is man. This is man. And then there's still people on the comments who are like, that's just a mountain. Dude, what more do you want? Like,
Wait a minute, they think that those things were just
oh yeah.
they don't think those things are man-made?
Yeah.
They're the same shape.
Yeah, I know.
They're the same shape, the same size. They're all pointing in the same direction. Shut the fuck up.
I've learned not to fight. It just,
Yeah.
like, you're gonna believe what you want to. You know what I mean? So.
It's the history. I mean, Graham Hancock has the greatest phrase that we are a species within nature, and I think it's true. And I think it all points back to not just the Younger Dryas impact, but probably several other impacts. You know, my friend John Reeves, he lives in Alaska and he runs the boneyard.
Yeah.
John just sent me some photos of a new site that they have that's under all these other sites, like deep under all these other sites, where they're finding not just bone, but charred bone, like an entire area of like burnt tusks, burnt bones, covered in, and he thinks there was another impact. And you know, he's just making a rough estimation, because some of the sites that he found, it's somewhere around 10,000 years ago, due to like, you know, doing the examination of the cores, and he thinks it's 20,000 years ago. So he thinks this is probably a normal thing that has happened all throughout the history of the Earth, as the Earth gets pelted, you know, every 10,000, every 20,000, whatever. And they just get hit.
And it speaks to the myths and the legends and the Dryas and the Yugas. And I mean, every civilization has its version of, you know, this is the fifth epoch. Or
Wait,
fourth
what
epoch,
the
you know,
fuck?
this
Why is there a
the first one
spike
was
there?
fire, the last one was
What the fuck?
water. There's always several cataclysms.
The Yuga stuff is nuts too, because it just seems like it's so accurate. And we are in Kali Yuga right now, which is the age of deception. And like, what's more confusing? That's what it's called, right? Isn't it called the age of deception? Find out what Kali. So, what's more, like, if you thought that it was all falling apart before it gets rebuilt, looks like that's now. Like, this place is fucking crazy. Like, every day the news is nuts. I've gone on a social media hiatus over the last few days, and I feel so good. And I decided 2 days ago I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I'll go back to post things. I'm never reading it anymore. I'll find my news. You know, people send me enough stuff as it is. My friends send me things. I don't have to click on them, but I know what's going on. Like, what craziness is happening. You just feel better when you don't do it. And
I've been sucked into the Nazca mummies thing. Sucked me into the back and forth on X, and it's toxic. It's so toxic, man. So toxic. And it's like, at the end of the day, people. Look, you can have all the evidence saying this one thing, and everybody agrees. You're going to have this group that is like, well, no, for this reason, and then and it's the same thing on the other side too. So it's just this. Social media is this weird, what I'm seeing is just this weird loop of confirmation bias.
And bitchiness and anger and arguments and infighting and attacks. And I just think that it's altering the collective psychological foundation of our society. And that's what's weird. And that's what makes sense when you see like crazy protests and crazy people online. It's like everyone's there's something that's happening to them. Well, what's this one thing that exists with everybody? It's social media use.
Yep. And I think I don't know. Like it's hard. I tried to stay away, and then I found myself like last week after I made these videos, just in the social media sphere as an example. Like, I was getting pulled into it. I felt myself as somebody who has not engaged that much. Something has shifted, you know, and like I was ready to get defensive and take things personally, and I'm like, this is
and attack back,
and I was like, this is just continuing the cycle, and I don't want that. I don't want that in my life. I don't need any of that. So I just stopped, you know, but the level of defensiveness, the level of attack, the level of, and it's not even. At some points, it's not even just taking things personally. The attacks are personal sometimes. So it's like, what are you supposed to do other than not engage?
Yeah, you can't engage. I say post and ghost. That's my strategy.
I like it.
That's what I'm trying to do. And even then, I'm telling people to stay off of it, so they're not even going to read my stuff. Like, they're listening to me, but that's okay. It's okay. It's like you find out enough. You find out about the important things and find out about shows that you enjoy, and then you subscribe. And then when new episodes come out, you're like, ooh,
Yeah.
you know? And so that's what I've been doing, and it's a much healthier way. Like the one thing that doesn't, and Jelly Roll was telling me this, like, yeah, he got off also. He had no phone for like 18 months, no phone at all. Wow, it was crazy. Yeah, like I'd contact him through his guy that was running his social media, and
Sounds like a healthy choice.
Tell Jelly I love him. Tell him I said what's up. And then recently he got a phone, like over the last few months, and only uses YouTube. He's like, my YouTube, he goes, I learn things, I get interested in things, and that's how I feel too. Like, I really enjoy YouTube. There's so much interesting content on YouTube. About everything.
I'm thinking about YouTube.
We're living in, I mean, this is an incredible age where, I mean, I feel fortunate for what I'm doing, that there's an audience for it, you know, and there's a platform that can allow that to have some reach, because some stuff deserves the reach.
Well, what you're doing is very important. It's very important. Just the fact that you are the first guy to get media of those structures, that's crazy. I mean, it's really kind of crazy. You're a video editor. 2 years ago, you started to do this. You're the first guy who's documenting these things, and then we're showing millions of people right now. Kind of nuts. Like how few people know that there was some kind of a complex society that understood the equinoxes, pointing their structure toward it, and not just building them with mud and bricks, but carving it out of the bedrock in a similar shape over and over and over again. And that's just what you found. Like, imagine how much hasn't been found.
Dude, you just look at the aerial stuff. I mean, Joe, I can't. That's just the tip of the iceberg, man.
Right.
Like of the content that. I mean, I'm going to places in the middle of the desert and seeing an adobe wall peek out at this one little section, and then I put the drone in the air, and you can see the outline of this whole structure. Just a little bump in the sand.
And no one even knows it's there.
No one even knows it's there.
That's nuts.
Dude, that's the like. When I say cradle of civilization, I mean this was whatever.
Well, that's what makes sense, right? Because if you think about the Ice Age, and if all this stuff is pre-Ice Age or during the Ice Age, that area is not covered in ice, and it's one of the few areas around the equator that's not fucked up, and it's one of the few areas where people can thrive. So it really makes sense that would be the area where civilization would not just thrive, but reach very high levels of sophistication where they're able to carve into the bedrock as massive pyramid structures.
There's interesting evidence that, I forgot what it is, Discovery or Nat or something, but there's evidence in like the Okakahe Desert. I mean, they're finding another dark trafficking, illegal trafficking weapons, like the sale of fossils, because they're finding whales in the Okakahe Desert.
They found that they were using whale vertebrae stools. So they found this giant.
Dude, I want those for my bar.
Dude, that's awesome.
So looking this up, in 2023, they found it could be the heaviest animal ever.
I've been in touch with that guy's nephew.
Colossal blue whale found outside of Peru.
Each vertebrae weighs 220 pounds.
And the whole thing is the ones they found 200 pounds. So, like as you were just saying, if they're not buried under a ton of ice, then these people could, in theory, have found, lots of these giant.
Holy shit!
In the desert, yeah.
Something else I'm stumbling across today to get into it. Blue whale poop has apparently got something interesting to it.
What's the deal with blue whale poop? Jamie, how do you go on these deep dives in the middle of a podcast? Jamie, you're a fucking wizard, dude. Whoa. Look at that.
Neon green?
I just imagine these giant 200-ton
Poops.
and then what you kind of bread.
Oh, God. What are these people doing with poop?
They also think that they could have been eating in a different way. They're just sweeping up shrimp and shit.
Right.
Ocean.
Right.
I'm just like picturing what this looks like in the year zero. Giant whale comes all over the coast. And who knows what other octopus.
What happens to that poop when it fossilizes, But no, they're finding that I mean, there's a dark web of trafficking for looking for stuff in the Okukahe Desert, where all these prehistoric animal bones are. They found dinosaurs and stuff.
And again, is it just wealthy people that want it for their homes? Is that what it is?
This stuff I've seen, I mean, really, that guy and a few other people just kind of going out there illegally looking for stuff.
Well, but it has to be valuable for them to be willing to do this, right? So who's buying it? Where are these fucking people? I never met one of them that has some stuff like that. I want to go over someone's house. Like, hey, you want to see some shit?
They got a whole museum right there. Like,
so that's probably how you wind up on a list.
But I mean, it's there's still so much out there. I mean, just like some of the structures I was talking about, like you literally see a whole adobe wall, you see a whole temple complex, you see the remnants of a circular plaza. I mean, there's another. If you go to the undocumented temple on the spreadsheet, this is undocumented. No Ministry of Culture sign. It's not on the Ministry of Culture's database of archaeological.
How'd you find it?
Using Google. Wow. So here's the thing. All right. So circling back, we had that Norte Chico culture with the sunken plazas way down here. We have this. So that's what I saw on Google Earth.
No, go ahead, continue.
Okay, so you have the Corral Supe culture down here, and then they found that sunken plaza underneath archaeological sites in chasm way up here. So you have these two different, and they're saying they were separate. I think they were the same.
How far apart are they?
200 kilometers, miles away. So what I was like, well, there's a connection between these two. So I looked in the valleys in between, and I found this with a temple with a sunken circular plaza. So
you just
found
it on Google Earth.
Yeah, and then I went and I needed help from one of the guys in the field. And that's a lot of the people in these pueblos, like they'll know every now and then you'll get lucky in some of those days. Every now and then. More often than not, there's some really great. That's the extent. And so that was one of these occasions where the guy was like, just go this way and that way. And because I was looking for it, I had to pin on the map and I was getting lost. So I go and I find this place, and lo and behold, it's a sunken circular plaza, temple structure. I go up on top, there's pottery there. You can see where the vaqueros had dug things out. There's walls, and it's just unexcavated. Nobody surveyed it. There's no documentation of it. It's just there. Wow.
That's it?
That's what I saw.
This is what you saw on Google Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're just looking in between these two areas.
Oh, and it's also facing north-northeast too. That also told me that it was probably.
No! Okay. And then you see this you find on Google Earth?
That's right next to it.
And then you went.
And then I went.
What, you rented a car?
Damn it.
Yeah.
What happens if you bring these cars back? Like, where'd you go?
Yeah. I have some pictures of driving out in the desert bed, like.
Okay, so this guy's helping you? Is this the guy a local?
Yeah, he was just.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not how.
Okay, so these are the fields. And he tells you where the stuff is, so
Yeah.
all the locals know
They
where
know.
the stuff is.
And then pretty soon I start walking up to it.
And this is completely unknown.
And you can see the plaza there. It's all rubble, so something happened. Some earthquake. So I'm walking up to the top of it. And then.
So right now it just looks like rubble. It doesn't even look like it was a building.
Right.
From the ground, at least.
In so many places, I'm like standing right in the middle of the site. I don't even know until I put the drone in here. I think it's coming up here. You'll see a. Should come up here shortly. There.
Okay.
So
Clearly.
underneath all of that is rooms.
Right. So you see the bricks.
It's pottery. Some of the vaqueros took out. But that was evidence to me that so underneath this whole thing are walls and chambers and rooms.
And you just found something.
And it's the same style as that corral soup culture. The early one from, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago.
It's just so hard to believe that this is unexplored. And not just that, undocumented. And that you just find it on Google. Thank God for shout out to Google. Google Earth deserves some props.
I mean, seriously, yeah.
Who would have ever thought?
People asked if I use like advanced satellite stuff and only use Google or something.
Yes, clearly. Some sort of civilization was there. They just got obliterated.
So this was weird. I don't know. Like, it was just a cactus in the middle of it all. It was very strange. I don't know. I still don't know.
It can grow anywhere. That's what's weird about it. But it is weird one.
Yeah, in the middle of it.
Yeah.
But so there's pottery there, and I was wondering if it was the same. There was one more cactus like directly aligned with it.
There's San Pedro cactus down there?
Yeah.
So these people were probably doing something with the old psychedelic cactus.
I've got it.
Because San Pedro cactus is where you get mescaline, right?
Yes.
I died to an easy ass wave.
If they have these temples and they have there's a pilgrimage,
Also, I have to
probably
go
some sort of
have dinner
psychedelic
right
ritual
now.
involved. Look at this, man. What does it feel like to just find
Bong!
something no one even knew existed like this?
I want to keep streaming this, so I'm gonna.
It's got to be a trick.
I'm like, thank God I was right. They spent 14 hours getting to this place. Thank God there was something. But there have been times too where I'll get there and it's the satellite. Google Earth hasn't updated itself, and there's a plantation planted over some of it. And it's like.
Do you ask the people like what used to be here?
If there's people around, I mean, sometimes. Like I said, it's you can kind of tell when it's corporate. The infrastructure in the area is different, but that's the other thing. There's nobody monitoring this. I was like, what's the solution? Do you pay somebody to call the Ministry of Culture when somebody's coming down with bulldozers leveling?
And what would they do? Probably people with bulldozers just pay them off.
Either pay them off, or dude, at that corral site, Ruth Shady, she was shot by land traffickers. The archaeologist responsible for discovery. Land traffickers were trying to take over the site, and she was shot.
She was killed?
She wasn't killed. She was shot. And I mean, she's as recent as a few years ago. Is like we're still not getting protections from them. They sent us one security guard to patrol the perimeter. These land traffickers, man, and it's for agriculture. It's for agriculture. It's not for looting. Looting is a happy byproduct for them. It's for the agriculture.
Squatters issued death threats to archaeologists who discovered oldest city in Americas.
The oldest city in the Americas, and you're getting one rent-a-cop?
Wow. They called the site's lawyers and said that if he continued to protect me, they would kill him along with me and bury us 5 meters below the ground. And she's 73. They killed our dog as a warning. Oh, God.
They actually, I think there was, because when they excavate, they do it in seasons and stuff, and there was one season where, land traffickers had started building on part of the site, and in the off-season through digging, so they had to deal with all of that. I mean, it's crazy. It's like the Wild West, man.
Any other sites to show us that are...
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's...
I know, we can go on forever, but...
if you look at Chavin, C-H-A, it's on the, just on the media hard drive. So we're talking about underground structures and hallucinogens and stuff like that. This place, Chavin.
So...
Now, this is a known archaeological site.
And how old is this place?
I think 2000, right around zero.
Look how far down it
yeah,
goes.
yeah.
How deep does it go? This is nuts.
Right? And this is just one part of it.
Whoa. And this is 2,000 years old, at least.
At least. So they won't let you film in the other section. It kind of looks like this. But
why won't they let you film there?
Because there's something called the Lanzon monolith, and if you look that up, Jamie, Lanzon monolith. So that's it. So they won't let you film in there because too many people go in there and take pictures, and the flash supposedly. So they just
The flash.
Dude. But when I went in there, the security guard was right behind me the whole time. He knew I was gonna try to take a picture.
Yeah, but you can take a picture with no flash now, especially with like the new iPhones and Samsung phones. You can take some really high resolution photos.
The guard said not enough people know how to turn it off on their phone.
Oh boy.
So, but when you walk in,
Flash is fucking it up? That seems crazy. That seems like voodoo. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Does that mean
It could do it to paint and stuff. But
come on, there's no paint on that
the
fucking
rock is
thing.
crazy.
How's it?
and it's behind a piece of plexiglass too.
That sounds like they're just control freaks. Like, fuck off, dude.
Make a reason for sure.
But so the
okay,
whole,
so
the
here's
whole
this
thing
thing.
about this place, you saw how deep we went underground.
Right.
It's in a comparable place with these hallways, and Joe, I like completely stone cold sober.
That's what it looks like.
As soon as I walked in underground, something hits you. So it's the air is different. Dude, I don't know how to describe it. It's
And how'd you feel?
lighter and a little messed up in the head, man.
Really?
Yeah,
You think it's a lack of oxygen?
it's possible.
Because it seems like you're deep underground, probably limited oxygen because you get these caverns and
Could
it's got
be.
a hole to the top.
I mean, honestly, I wonder if it's built on some sort of, I don't know, like the
Sacred
Greek
energy site.
sacred energy or Delphi with the gases or something like that. I don't know.
You getting gassed in there?
All I know is that when you go in,
Show me that totem again, that monolith.
what they found is they found evidence of rituals happening there, like plates with hallucinogenic plants or substances. So people were going down there to do these rituals and do this space. I mean, if you're gonna go on a trip, that's the place to do it.
Right.
Like it's just you're in an enclosed space. The acoustics are so weird. It's trippy, man.
What is that image on that thing? It's a jaguar?
There's a whole bunch of imagery here. That's like the thing. So for a while they thought this culture, the Chavin culture, was responsible for the onset of religion in Peru. The Chavin, they called it the mother culture for decades. And you see this famed deity. Dr. Barnhart talks about it a lot. This jaguar-looking deity. They thought it came from there, but there's actually places that I went to where you see it on the coast for older. So it actually kind of flips that whole. It's not the mother culture, but their influence and their reach was extreme throughout the Andean world. So they were responsible for. That's when like religion took and iconography got a major influx right after Chavin culture. They had it before, but not like this. So that's what's on that statue.
Wow. And it's just so ridiculous. They won't let you take a picture because of the flash. Somebody should talk to them and go, hey man, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That flash doesn't do anything. Devotees would be led into the maze of pitch black tunnels, eventually coming face to face with the sculpture. The worshippers' disorientation, in addition to the hallucinogenic effects of the San Pedro cactus they were given before entering, only heightened the visual and psychological impact of the sculpture.
I mean, that's.
God, people are weird.
Must have had it lit up with fires and sweet.
Yeah.
Dude, it just going in there stone cold sober and feeling affected. I can only imagine what it was like being on San Pedro.
Is that the weirdest place that you've been to in Peru? Sacsayhuaman seems to me to be the most bizarre because just the size of the stones.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean,
Like how?
You know-
I mean, how? I don't know. What are you guys doing? How'd you do this? How'd you figure out to make them interlocking in a way that if there's a seismic impact, they stay put? How?
And
How'd you get them there?
How do they look like marshmallow? I mean,
Yeah.
Why
are they like? Looks like they're melted.
I've gone on some deep dives. It's funny on that.
Yeah, look at that. Fuck, man. The big ones on the bottom, like how? It's the style of them too, which is so different. Where, as you said, it looks like marshmallows. Like they're melted into place almost. Like look at that one big one in the center. What the hell is that? How big is that?
I forget, but they go up to 200 tons, I think.
That's got to be bigger than 200 tons, don't you think?
Probably. I don't,
look how small those people are, and those people in the foreground. Get those people right up next to that thing. They'd be tiny. Well, maybe it is 200. I don't know. But either way, fucking nuts. That one up there.
Round, you know how rounded these things are.
Yeah.
And you can't get a piece of paper. The only way they've been dislodged is because of earthquakes. I mean, like it's.
Bro, look at the size of that, and look at the way they interlock.
You can tell when you get up close. There is this reddish residue. There's so much. You can see there's often reddish residue. Like
so, they were painted at one point in time.
No, I think it was in the the indigenous people will tell you that, and actually Percy Fawcett wrote about it in his journals too. Like this bird that would take a leaf, a red leaf, and peck it into the rock, and after a little bit of time, it would create a hole in the rock. Like it would help kind of melt the stone. Actually, the guy from the video, the unregistered megalithic site, told me the same story.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
There's a specific type of plant that has like an acid to it.
An acid, and I've started to. I like Dr. Barnhart's theory, and there's also a paper on it, a peer-reviewed paper by Helmut Tribute, where he talks about, look, if you mix pyrite from the offshoot of one of these Incan mines with this plantish material, you can create like an acid that will slightly deform the stone.
So maybe you would set the stones in place that way. Secrets of softened stone, the lost techniques of the Inca. Facebook, so you know it's true.
No, but George Lira was. I did a whole. Some of my early videos, man, are like research papers. Like I went on a deep dive with all this, and the Spanish chroniclers talk about seeing gold in between some of the stones. But this guy also, Helmut Tribute, who wrote the paper, says, what if it wasn't gold? What if it was pyrite fusing the stone, helping to fuse the stones together with this paste?
Look what it says there. It says, the technique to carve and shape the stones remains a mystery. According to legends, the gods would have gifted the Incas two magical plants, coke, so coca leaves, which allowed them to withstand pain and physical exhaustion, and another plant that allowed them to soften stones. Soften stones.
But you see that red residue.
That also makes sense. They did so much work. They were all coked up.
Hey.
Fucking
I got
making these dope pyramids.
When I was a kid, this woman.
Picture I clicked on, but that didn't pop up.
Oh, that can't be real.
No, that's I've seen that. That's an artistic creation. If you pull up, do you want to stay on Cuzco or go to one other place?
It's up to you, dog. Whatever you want to do.
Let's go to tunnels, Cuzco. Dude, this whole part of the Andes. Yeah, it's there's tunnels everywhere, man. Like it's not just what they're doing.
So you're climbing down into this tunnel. Now, is this a naturally formed
Some
hole?
of it.
Some of it? Okay.
On the way out, you'll see when going in, there's steps. Those were actual steps that were built. But these things, dude, you can't get to the end. You can't find people. There are stories where kids get lost in these things and never found.
Oh, fuck. So, again, these look like natural caves.
Right. Some of them have been carved out, though.
So it's a combination.
It's a combination.
So probably there were some natural caves,
Yes.
and then they started carving things out.
Well,
Oh,
the whole
wow,
thing
this gets
about
weird.
it was
This gets weird. So this is the steps.
yeah, coming up on the right. I mean, it just keeps going on.
Oh, I'm not going in there.
There's the step. There's the steps.
Jamie, can you imagine you and me outside the door going, You got.
I'll follow you. That's how my Quechua guide was, man. He was just filming me.
Fuck you, bro. I'm not going in there.
I was like, I'll go in.
There's probably demons in there. That's like that movie. What was that movie? The Descent?
The Descent, dude.
Yeah, that
was like the
great.
Dude, I love that
movie's
movie.
great.
I watched it a while ago. I was like 2005. That's wild.
That's an old movie, yeah. They did a Descent too. It's not as good.
Yeah. This is
It's
apparently
okay.
the.
It's not the best. But this is Descent 1 was awesome.
Yeah. One of the best horror flicks I've
Yeah.
seen.
And there's another one, huh?
This
oh,
is-
fuck that one. Did you go in there? Please tell me you went in there. Oh, geez,
Of
you're
course I
going in
did, Joe. Of course I
Well, with your Pillars of the Past shirt on. Oh my god, dude, I don't even think I would fit in that hole.
I got a little scared because coming out wasn't easy.
I was just reading about this guy who died in one of those holes. The guy was a cave crawler and he got stuck trying to get out. He got in head first and then could not get out.
Was just stuck.
Died there.
Like
Yeah.
that? Like that?
Couldn't even scream because his chest was compressed.
Yeah, I mean, there's
And
some
then
stuff
he
I've done.
was
I'm
at
not
an
going to do
angle
it.
like this, you know, and just couldn't. There's no way to get back out. Ooh.
That's terrifying.
You know how that never happens? You don't.
You
go
don't
in
go
there. You don't go in there. You never dive in a cave. You never dive in a cave.
I'll
Die in
take
a
that
cave.
into consideration, man.
All right, before we wrap this up, anything else you want to show us?
All right, one more site. Chisneri, the CHIS. Let's just do the drone footage and then inside tombs. So this place, I had no idea places like this. It's just me and my guide. Dude, the people I met on this, it's just by happenstance. He's the president of the community there, the little campesino, and took 12 hours out of his day to walk me through this place.
That's cool. That's another build it and they will come thing, right?
It really is.
Yeah, you just go out there and you'll find the right people, or they kill your dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this like I
Ooh, the paint's still on it.
It's actually not paint. It's mud. It's different colored mud. That's what he said. So now we're gonna go. Now in that next video, we're gonna walk up to them.
Sky people. Do you know?
No, the Chachapoyas. The Chachapoyas were much further north. You
These
see
are
that skull?
elongated skulls.
You see that skull, right?
Yeah.
This is in the Cusco region.
Wow. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, man.
Why are all these dead people in that hole? Whoa. What's going on in there?
These were where they would bury their deceased.
They just chuck them in a hole?
No, they weren't like that. They were.
So this is all just.
This is looting. This is all looting. That rope.
Fucking skulls are everywhere. This is crazy.
It's wild.
This is like a horror movie. This is like the beginning of a horror movie before it gets dark out. Right? The guys, these archaeologists, it's probably you. You're out there. In the movie, you bring a girl with you.
Have to leave this place before the sun goes down.
100,000%. Bro, you're gonna hear voices. You're gonna hear dead languages yelling.
No
through the-
camping in the valley.
Oh, you have to be a gangster to fucking take a nap in there.
Ghost hunters should definitely go there.
Oh yeah, I'll get Sam and Colby to go down there. I bet they won't do it. That's real ghosts.
This is all from looting.
Wow. So they just dug these people up, stole whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Fuck, man. God, there's so many bones. That's nuts.
It's crazy, man.
That's nuts. Well, Raul, I'm happy. I'm so happy that you made that decision a couple years ago to just follow this passion. And the content that you put out is really incredible. And the fact that you've been able to find these sites that are heretofore undocumented, it's really amazing, man. It's amazing. I'm happy you're doing it, and I really enjoyed having you on. And for everybody who wants to watch, it's Pillars of the Past. It's on YouTube. Do you put videos up on X as well?
I do. I've started putting videos up on X, and website's going to be up and running soon. It's going to be a place if you find places and want to put it on a map, and if Jamie wants to comment on it, then he can comment on the pin you put. I'm trying to build something because people send me stuff all the time.
Right. Have some sort of a thriving community of people that are interested in the same thing.
Absolutely.
Well, there's an interest for this stuff now. I really credit Graham Hancock. I think because he was the real pioneer of this when people just thought he was a loon. I remember people would make fun of me for reading his book in the late 90s. They'd make fun of me. Like, what are you reading this bullshit from? Why don't you go to a real history class? That's not fun.
No.
This is fun. This is fun. It's fun to think that we don't know what happened, but that something happened.
And Graham puts in the work.
He does.
Just look at the citation section. He puts in the work.
Of course. Yeah, he's an amazing human, which is why they have to lie to discredit him. But, when he put that material out, and then I think the Netflix show really started opening up the gates to people exploring this stuff more and just being fascinated by it, and then seeking out content like yours. And and we're really fortunate now. There's quite a few really good shows that are on YouTube that document this kind of stuff, and these are real mysteries. There's real mysteries when it comes to human history, and to me, it's one of the most fascinating things. I love it. So I thank you so much for doing what you do, and get out there again, and let's come back and do another one of these.
And I would be happy to. And just a few plugs for speaking at because of all this, which is just amazing. I still feel like everything's in its infancy, so I'm humbled by the opportunities that keep presenting themselves. But like the Quest for Ancient Civilizations conference in Sedona, and then it's actually going to be here.
Of course, it's in Sedona.
But it's going to be here in Austin too.
Of course, it's here too.
And,
two kooky places.
ACL Live, I think is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's an
When's
amazing
that?
venue. That's going to be in October, and then I'm doing a tour with Mike Collins from Wandering Wolf in the Yucatan, and with Hugh Newman, we're doing a.
Let me ask you about that. What do you think about that sage wall? Because he's the guy that goes over the sage wall. You think it's a natural formation?
I think it's more like the way I operate is I tend to remain skeptical. I would like multiple pieces of evidence.
There's also similar things nearby that aren't as spectacular that are natural, right?
I believe so, yes.
There's something about the geology of the area.
And I found places like that in Peru as well. I mean, I'm waiting for, they've done LiDAR studies of that stuff. For me, just to have one wall, I personally need more than just that. And I mean, I found some of the stuff like that in Peru, and I'm very hesitant to say this is megalithic architecture. It needs more study.
For people that are interested in, just to let you know, there's a lot of AI images online, and when you go to look for the sage wall, sometimes you're confronted with ones like, oh my god, that for sure is man-made, but then it's not a real image. Someone's created an image or doctored the image to make it look a little bit more man-made.
I will say, I mean, Mike Collins has done a ton of work on it, so if you want to see the original footage, it's on his channel.
It's very, very interesting footage. I mean, I go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Depending on how old it is. So that's the thing. Like, if you're talking about something that's 30,000 years old, maybe that's all that's left.
I forget. They found that it goes a lot deeper than it.
Right.
Something like that. So it's like, for me...
It more interesting.
Which makes it more interesting, and I'm like, I keep driving, like, let's see. Keep figuring it out.
In Texas, too, that I haven't found a good answer for.
Yeah, I've
Rockwell,
heard about
I've heard of that, yeah.
200 to 400,000 year old wall?
Well, I think a guy in 1925 claimed that and probably got people to pay attention and visit. But I don't have a good answer that I've come across on what it is or how old it is.
Go to that one below, to the right of your cursor. Right here. To the right of it? Right there, yeah. Look at that. Huh.
I will say, though...
That could be natural formation.
I mean, the Earth does a lot of weird things.
Yeah,
you know?
that's not convincing to me. No, can I put it back up again now? But I'm aware of it. I'm just like, I'm looking at that extraterrestrial. Shut the fuck up. Extraterrestrials do a way better job. They might have built the pyramids. They didn't build this. Fuck out of here. It was shitty fucking scab labor.
Cobblestones,
Yeah, got non-union guys just came in.
I'll do the job for cheap.
Well, they got their laser beams. Like,
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. That looks real.
I think that's the guy found when they found it.
Oh, that looks like a wall.
But it's also four versions of this picture and one's in color.
Dude, it's so hard nowadays to. Like,
I know.
You got to put in some work to find the truth.
Yeah. That is weird. But that doesn't look real. That looks like it's just the strata. Well, but it's not consistent all the way. What the fuck?
Again, I don't even know what we're looking at.
Who knows?
That's here in Texas, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll go one day. Pillars of the Past, YouTube, awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate you. There was a lot of fun today. I really enjoyed it.
Appreciate it.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, Alpha Brain?
I just took some Alpha Brain,
Yep.
so I'm gonna be fucking sharp.
I got this stuff too if you want it. It's an energy drink that also has nootropics in it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, good stuff.
Huh.
Gregory!
Joseph.
Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, man.
The world's on fire.
World is on fire.
Good time for you to come in.
Whew. I mean, I literally, talking about being addicted to your scroll. I gotta really put the fucking phone down sometimes.
I know. Yeah, it's not good.
No.
It's not good for your brain. You see all the problems of the world all piling, and everything looks like it's about to blow up.
Yeah.
Iran looks like it's about to blow up. They're talking about going to Cuba.
Yeah.
Don Lemon went to jail. It's like, it's all crazy. it's like, what's next?
Well, you know, when jail gives you lemons. And it's also like, what's that whole theory about we're only supposed to be exposed to like 200 people in our life?
Yeah. That's Dunbar's number.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
you only can keep that many people in your head.
But you should only know about that many divorces and that much cheating and that much killing as would happen within
And
200.
crime, and you fill in the blank. You
Right.
know, fraud, waste, abuse, international politics, restrictions on speech in England. Like,
yeah.
you see this fucking crazy story? This guy in England, an illegal alien, was a squatter in his house. The court ruled that because he didn't live in the house, the guy didn't live in the house, it was an empty house, they gave him the house. They gave the squatter the house. The squatter sold it for 540 grand. Squatter sold his house. Took his house because he was living it. And this guy was like a pensioner. He was just a guy who had like an extra house, like a fucking investment property.
You're right.
And this guy moved into it. Have you
Yeah.
seen it, Jamie? I don't know. Somebody sent it to me today.
They had that in New York back in the 70s and 80s. There was a lot of empty units like down on the Lower East Side, like Tompkins Square Park area. There was a lot of squatting.
Yeah, this is it. Squatter moved in the pensioner's empty home, then won the legal right to keep it and sold the house for 540, is that euros or pounds? Is that pounds? What's that weird?
Pounds, yeah. England has pounds.
That's
still.
fucking crazy. So crazy. England has lost its fucking mind.
Yeah.
It's almost like they want people to either revolt or completely submit. It's one or the other. It's like you're either begging for a revolution or you're begging for people to completely submit.
Mm-hmm.
They've arrested 12,000 people this year for social media posts.
Oh, that's right.
And most of it is criticizing immigration.
Yeah.
Criticizing immigration.
Yeah.
Just saying immigration sucks. We should send these people back home. Cop show over here.
Right.
Crazy.
Well,
This is the
TikTok
one-
is now not allowing people to
This is
post
the
anything
on.
that is anti-ICE.
God.
Not just that. You can't post the juice box emoji
What's that?
because
fact
it's
that I don't have
code for
anything to do.
Jews.
That sucks. I mean,
People were using it because they were
Yeah, it kinda
blocking
sucks.
content where they were criticizing Israel.
Wait,
the
why
fact
is
that I
it just
supposedly don't have
know.
anything to do.
Juice box.
Jews.
Stuff. It's the new version.
It is funny.
But did they block the use? This is somebody sent me this. I haven't verified it. Did they block the use of the word Epstein?
I'm not on the app, but I saw a video of someone trying to.
Yeah, let's run that through Perplexity. See if Perplexity will rat out TikTok.
Right, because that's
It's so crazy that they would do it because they just purchased it, right? So it was just purchased by some. What is the group? Did Larry Ellison's group purchase it?
yes,
Okay. Which is a tremendous supporter of Netanyahu in Israel.
right.
So, yeah. There you go.
Wow.
So, you got censored news now. So, any criticism of Palestine, what's going on in Gaza, all that stuff's going to get squashed probably. TikTok does not have a rule that bans or blocks the word Epstein across the app, but many U.S. users have recently been unable to send that word in direct messages. And I have a friend, his name's Bobby Epstein. Totally unrelated. He's the guy who owns the Coda racetrack. He's a good friend of mine. I can't send a message saying I was just talking to my friend Bobby Epstein.
Oh, no shit.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Epstein is a super common name.
Yeah.
It's like Jones.
It was on Welcome Back, Kotter.
Right.
Yeah.
Epstein from Welcome Back.
Yeah.
Kotter. That's right.
You can't talk
He
about
played
him
my
anymore.
brother on News Radio.
No!
Yes. Him, Nick DiPaolo, and Brian Callen played my brothers, and we all just beat the shit out of each other through the entire episode. It was hilarious.
amazing.
Yeah, Nick threw me through a plate glass window, and then the brother shows up. Epstein was a priest, and he showed up with a bat. We were all scared of our older brother. It was really funny.
He was the Jew, the Puerto Rican Jew from Brooklyn.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was a really nice guy. So what else does it say here? Newsom to probe claims of Trump critical censorship on TikTok. I think they're fucking blocking a lot of things on certain social media platforms.
Well, what is that? I mean, what's your big picture take on whether or not social media platforms, which are privately owned, have responsibility that, say, regular broadcast networks would have in terms of not censoring things?
Well, regular broadcast problem is they censor.
Right.
They don't just report on the news. They report on what they decide they're going to report on. Like, it's a CNN hourly news segment. They have no responsibility to tell you about any particular story.
Mm-hmm.
None. Zero.
Yeah.
So they'll wait till something becomes like unmanageable before they'll start talking about it.
Right.
So something like starts getting traction on social media, like some sort of a corruption scandal. If it's a left-wing scandal, they can ignore it.
Right.
And they have no obligation to. It's not like we have to tell you about these very critical. It's not like, we ran it through AI. There's 20 things that the American public has to know about. So they censor, or at least they curate the content. Yeah. I think for social media platforms, if Elon Musk didn't buy Twitter, we would be fucked. Because there would be no place where you could say whatever you want, even heinous things, right?
Yeah.
But if someone says heinous things, you can block them and not interact with them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can let other people tear them down and tear them apart. And that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, you don't counter hate speech with censorship. You counter it with better speech.
Right.
And you appeal to rational people and sensible people to go, this is why this guy is wrong. This is why racism is wrong. This is why rash generalizations are wrong. This is why it's wrong.
Yeah.
And that's how you're supposed to do it. It's supposed to be a free speech town hall platform. It's supposed to be like the town square, where everybody can get together and talk about ideas. And that's how it should be.
Right.
And there's been a lot of calls that say that you shouldn't be able to be anonymous on social media, that you should have consequences for your actions. The problem with that is, then you lose all your whistleblowers, right? All the whistleblowers that are talking about giant corporations that are doing horrible things to the environment secretly in other countries, which we find out about all the time. Like the Stephen Dozinger case, where that guy got arrested, but he was prosecuted, was it Exxon? The Dozinger case? But it's like whistleblowers are important.
Yes.
And if you don't have whistleblowers, you don't find out. Like, if Edward Snowden doesn't come out, we know so little about the NSA. We know so little about government spying. And, he's an American former attorney known for his legal battle of Chevron, particularly with, so he was arrested and he went to jail, man, for criminal contempt.
I mean, that's First Amendment, isn't it?
I don't know exactly the details of the case. He spent 45 days in prison and a combined total of 993 days under house arrest.
What?
Wow.
Not only do they go to jail, it depletes all your savings. If they decide to prosecute you, your life is ruined.
That's part of the point of it all. It's to also discourage other people from doing the same thing.
Right.
So if you're an attorney and you're thinking of prosecuting, Shell, you're not going to do that now. You're going to go, fuck this. I have a fucking house.
Right.
Trying to buy a Porsche. And then you back at it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You know?
I mean, yeah, it's a weird thing because, like, I know, like right now, to cover the Pentagon, no journalist can go into the Pentagon unless they sign an agreement to only put out government-sponsored press releases.
Government approved?
Government approved. So now you've got very few people inside the Pentagon, which is where the whistleblowing was happening. They're in the back halls of the Pentagon.
That's crazy. But then, see, the problem with the Pentagon is you're talking about national security. And if someone released something like the name of an agent that was undercover somewhere and something happened, that person got killed or compromised or some sort of a national security interest, you know, was the whole thing was tanked.
Yeah,
that's what it is. The Pentagon's different. I mean, I'm not saying that the press shouldn't have access to Pentagon officials. They certainly should. But it's like going there is kind of different, right? It's like the FBI just arrested, they just had a giant sweep on gangs in this country today.
Yeah.
They just released that they found like, I think it was 10 kilos of drugs. They arrested
like
50
cartel
people,
gangs?
Cartels in America.
Yeah.
And so they made a giant arrest today. I think they arrested 200. See if you can find what that story is. But like, imagine if you were in the FBI office and you heard about an imminent attack and you printed something. Like if you're a reporter and you're covering this stuff, and you have access to this information somehow.
Yeah.
And it gets released and these guys find out about it and they escape. They nab 50 Latin Kings in Operation Broken Crown after 3 months sweep. So what is the details of it? Okay, last 3 months the FBI has quietly executed... Okay, this is on X. Quietly executed Operation Broken Crown, a sweeping violent gang takedown involving 13 field officers targeting the Latin Kings gang. Members which were publicly threatening law enforcement officers, 50 arrests, $200,000 in seized assets, seizure of 10 kilos of illicit narcotics. Interesting. Well, so like that kind of situation, you can't have access to that information before they do it. That has to be very tight-lipped. You know, but there's only a few of those kind of scenarios that I can imagine. But when it comes to like politicians and backdoor deals, like there should be live footage of it. It should
Well,
be
you
live
only
streamed.
found out about the illegal bombings in Cambodia because there was a whistleblower inside of the Pentagon.
Exactly.
So it does. You do need some access.
Yeah, but it's like when you need whistleblowers, right?
Right.
But it's like how many people? Here's the thing about like intelligence agencies. There's a lot of good people that are working there. It's like we judge them based on the evil people that are probably the ones with the most power. You know.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of like mid-level people working at the Pentagon, working at the CIA, working everywhere that are good people.
Are you kidding me? These are people that have dedicated their lives to trying to, you know, I blame the same way with cops. I think, you know, I got 3 good buddies that are cops, and they are absolutely went into it the same the way a social worker goes into it.
Yes.
And then there's the evil ones that, you know, I think it was worse. I think back, like, you know, back in the days of like Serpico. You see that movie? Like it was literally like the entire force was in on it.
Yeah.
You know, there was fucking legal gambling, legal drug dealing. Nobody got touched.
Yep. Yeah, they've always done that. I mean, that's how they ran the mob in Vegas.
Yeah.
The mob ran Vegas with the cops.
But yeah, we were just talking about that outside. Like,
Yeah.
why was Vegas and Atlantic City the only places allowed? I don't know why I stupidly asked that. He's like, Jamie's like, because of the mob, asshole.
Fucking well, it was the mob, and I think Nevada. There was also. You see if this is true. There was supposedly a connection between the testing of nuclear weapons and then allowing the city, or the state rather, to have gambling. Because Nevada was one of the rare places where they like routinely tested nuclear weapons.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen the video that shows a history of all the atomic bombs going off in the United States.
The video is crazy because it starts with the first test. It starts with the Trinity test. It starts with they do the couple in the ocean. What's the matter? What's so funny? What is it?
I asked if there's a connection between nuclear tests and gambling in Las Vegas, and it turns out that they would use it as a theme to attract gamblers.
What? Look, go see a bomb.
Yeah.
From the early 1950s to the 1960s, Las Vegas casinos and tourism promoters actively used nearby nuclear weapons tests as themed attraction to draw gamblers and visitors. Holy shit, man.
Bomb party.
It's like how.
Oh my god, they had bomb parties on the rooftop. They would watch, they'd stay up gambling, drinking, and then step outside to watch the blast on the horizon.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's like how Caesars does fireworks now.
They had atomic themed promotions, atomic cocktails, atomic hairdos, nuclear pinup imagery like Miss Atomic Blast. Slogans like Atomic City USA and Up and Atom to tie the test directly to Vegas nightlife and gambling culture. Holy shit, man.
I wonder if you could place bets. Dude, I bet your
Right, what
eyebrows
time?
singe off.
I don't know if they had the same thing like what they have now with modern prediction betting. Prediction betting, you can bet on pretty much everything.
I just made a bet last night on.
Go back down to where you were. Stop to go with the bottom line. In short, nuclear weapons tests near Las Vegas were not just a backdrop. They were deliberately woven into casino marketing, party culture, and tourism that supported the city's gambling economy. But did it have the reason? Like, here's my question: Was Nevada allowed to have gambling because of them allowing nuclear tests? Like, was there any sort of an agreement? Because there's only 2 states at that time that allowed casinos, like real casinos.
Right.
And it seems kind of weird that one of them, you know, New Jersey's always been fucking corrupt. That's the Sopranos. I mean,
Right.
It's like the most mob-ridden fucking state in the country at the time.
Based in Atlantic City, pretty much.
I mean, cut the fucking shit.
Yeah.
Atlantic City.
And then Vegas was Bugsy Siegel, right?
Okay, well, since Nevada legalized most forms of gambling in 1931, okay, so it doesn't make any sense because it's before that. So it's the Great Depression economic measure track tours. So no, so that theory doesn't hold up. I didn't know that Vegas was started at 31. That's nuts.
So basically, the Great Depression started, and then they launched Vegas as a way to raise money,
which is
for
hilarious.
Nevada.
You have no money. There's no jobs. Why don't you gamble? What?
My gamble is going to the food line, seeing if I can get a loaf of bread. That's my gamble today.
You know what's crazy is that lake keeps drying up because they were having a drought. They keep finding bodies in the lake. Oh yeah. Like those metal barrels with like bodies inside of them. They found quite a few. How many bodies have they found? Is it Lake Mead, I believe? Yeah, so as it's drying up, it's at like it was. I think it's probably picked up a little bit, but at one point in time was at a historic low.
Yeah.
And so they were finding these fucking dead bodies.
Damn.
I think they found like a half a dozen of them, and I think they think there's a whole lot more in there.
No shit.
So as of latest reporting, at least 6 separate discoveries of human remains. Yeah. Were made in Lake Mead in 2022 as the water level dropped, representing at least several different individuals. Wow. Find out that thing where they stopped searching for guns and bodies. I think it was in MacArthur Park. Why they did that?
David Tell, back in his Insomniac days, used to hung out with some dark motherfuckers in New York.
Oh yeah.
And he used to bring this guy in who was he was a New York City cop, and they basically said, we'll double your pay and give you early retirement if you put on a frog suit every night and you go out into, I think it was Flushing Bay, one of the bays out in Queens, which was a famous place where the mob was dropping bodies. And the guy would go into the water in a frog suit, and he'd wait by this bridge, and when they drop a body, he'd fucking call it in. And he did that the night shift. And he'd finish that, and he'd come into the Comedy Cellar at like 4 a.m.
So he went in the ocean in a scuba suit?
In a
Did
bay.
they drop a body?
Yeah.
Holy shit! They were dropping that many bodies.
Yes.
That you can just wait for. Boom, boom. That's so crazy. Search for MacArthur Park for guns and possible bodies was stopped because authorities said It was an unpermitted and potentially unsafe operation on city park property. Okay, so it was a plague and fucking strokes out in the middle of it.
This is my day.
Never gave him a... Oh, geez, I'm in there. What are they saying about me? Oh, it's an ad? Oh, I mocked the AI-generated... That was crazy. The AI-generated photo that MSNBC put up of the guy who got shot in Minneapolis. They changed his appearance.
Alex Preddy?
Yes.
They changed his appearance in
They
what
made
way?
him handsome.
Oh, they did?
You haven't seen it?
No.
You haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. It's there. I don't know who's doing this.
Yeah.
It's almost like someone from the Republican side is like a secret plant at MSNBC because they know that stuff like this is going to get caught. Look at the difference between the one on the left and the one on the right.
Well, the nose looks blurry on the one on the left.
Well, that's his nose. Yeah. It's just a shitty picture. They cleaned the picture up. They made
gave
his
him a
nose
tan.
smaller. They gave him a tan. They made his forehead shorter. They made his jaw wider. They made his shoulders thicker.
Yeah.
They gave him more bicep. They made him more handsome. They made his neck thicker. He looks better. The guy on the right looks like a good-looking guy. The guy on the left looks, Ari's unfortunate brother. Doesn't he?
Poor Ari's brother. I mean, it's so funny that Ari comes from this family. I mean, he grew up Orthodox Jewish, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the things that he has put out there for a family to have to see, it makes you realize, and they love him. Like, they accept it. And it's all about grace. And I love Jews because, like, they are very accepting. You know, as much as you might be Orthodox, my wife is half Jewish. And there's something very open-minded about Jews. I mean, they were the original hippies, and they were the original communists in America, and they were always open to different ideas. And I think when I think about Ari's family, they were Christian conservative versus Jewish conservative.
Right.
I don't know that they'd be as accepting of him.
You know, Ari's dad survived the Holocaust.
No shit.
Oh, yeah, Ari's dad has a tattoo.
Damn.
Yeah. He's very old. Yeah.
He must be one of the oldest people left with a tattoo. I mean,
yeah, he talked to me about having his dad on. He asked me if I'd be interested in it, if his dad ever wants to do it, because, he doesn't have much time left. And I said, absolutely. And he goes, I'm not sure if he'd be interested, but if he did, I think it would be important to talk about.
I mean, he's got to be over 100 years old.
I don't know how old he is. He's old though. Well, how long ago was...
You would have to have been
45?
born... Oh, no. Actually, if he was born in 1935...
He's in his 80s. His late 80s.
Yeah, okay, yeah. What am I thinking? Right. Because they tattooed the fucking kids.
Dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dark. It's horrible. It's so crazy, dude. It's so crazy that was less than 100 years ago.
I know. And the Germans like that. Fucking Norm Macdonald bit about how, Germany is the country we really should be afraid of. Like, the way they start world wars and what they're, like, it's really fucking nuts.
Well, they were the barbarians back in the day.
Oh, right.
We think of them now as engineers. They make BMWs. But back then, they were the barbarians. During the Roman era, the Germanic
the
tribes.
Vikings were Scandinavian, and then they were fighting against the Vikings.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
They were terrifying. And they all became engineers. They all became, brilliant, very disciplined people, which is interesting, because Germany is known for that.
Yeah.
But also, shit porn. Remember? Like, in the early days of the internet, a lot of the shit porn, weird, crazy,
dog
shitting
fucking.
on people, a lot of that was coming. And we were trying to analyze it one day. I was like, it's probably because if you're so buttoned down and so disciplined and regimented and conservative in your daily life, the way you cut loose is like you shit in each other's mouths and fuck each other in the butt. Like, some of the craziest shit porn was coming out of Germany.
Yeah.
This was like late 90s, early 2000s, when we first started finding weird websites that would You know, you'd be able to find things on.
Oh no, before that, I'd go to Sex World in New York where you sit in those booths and you put in quarters and you watch porn. And they always had the darkest German porn in there. Yeah, a lot of animals and shit. And I'm like 15 years old going like, and I've got these coins. You go in and you give the guy $10 and he gives you a handful of coins. Just imagine if you put a black lead on those fucking coins. And I got them in my hand.
Just jizz all over those things.
Feeding them into the, and I'm
Black
pushing,
lights are terrifying.
I'm pushing buttons to pick which film to watch.
I have a friend who brought a black light into a hotel room. You just find jizz on the carpet.
No kidding.
Yeah, you find jizz on the fucking blanket sometimes. You go to go to a cheap hotel or a motel. How well do you think they're cleaning those carpets?
Well,
do you think they clean the walls?
I've been in hotels where they put the remote control in a baggie for you, because they say that's the most. No, because you don't have to touch the remote, and then they change the baggie on the remote each time a new guest comes in.
So you're supposed to remote through the bag?
Yeah.
Who does that?
I take it out of the bag.
Right out.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I'm touching toilet seats. I'm touching everything. What are we talking about?
31%.
I'm also not that afraid of cum. You know, what's it going to do to me?
What's going to kill you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just kind of gross.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, think about how much shit is on the average person's cell phone. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah, just touch your cell phone with a swab. Like, get a swab and get it analyzed. You'll find fecal matter all over your cell phone.
Well, because we're scrolling while we're on the toilet.
A lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people. And also you're touching things when you touch your phone. And how many people touch their ass and touch a thing, a doorknob, or this and that? You're getting fecal matter on everything.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a cat. I used to think about that all the time when I had cats. Like, the cats are in the shit box. They're scratching around there, and then they're walking on your counter.
Yeah.
They're walking. They don't give a fuck where they go. They go everywhere.
Yeah.
And you don't care. You're like, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
You pet them when they're on the counter. You don't want to shit in their paws.
Then your dog licks his asshole and then the people have licked their face.
They lick my face.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, I let him give me kisses.
Have you seen him lick his asshole? I have.
Oh, for sure, especially my puppy. I have a little puppy now.
Imagine a black light on your face right now.
My puppy goes right. You know, I have a little.
You'd look like you were in blackface.
Probably. Just flatter, like I'm the Joker.
I also have cats.
I have a puppy, he's a King Charles Cavalier. He's a little tiny, cute. He's so fucking cute. And then I have the golden retriever. And the puppy runs right up to the golden retriever, sticks his face in his and then sticks his face in his asshole. That's the first thing he does to him every time. Face on the dick, face on the asshole. I'm like, bro,
wow,
what are you doing?
Yeah,
that's just dogs.
Yeah,
that's what they do.
It's funny how they keep. Yeah, I had 2 dogs, and they did that. Every fucking day they sniffed each other. Like, I mean, I guess that's how they know if something changed. Maybe they know if the other dog is sick or if the other dog is breeding with another dog. It's like kind of checking their emails.
Well, they get so much information from smell that we can't even possibly process.
Right.
They say that a dog can smell a cheeseburger. They don't just smell the cheeseburger, they smell every individual ingredient. They smell the mustard, they smell the pickle, they smell everything. They smell the lettuce. Yeah, they smell, they think that dogs smell anxiety. They smell like moods. That's why when certain people come over your house, they're scared of dogs. Dogs get sketchy with them. Like, what's up with this guy? Like, oh, he doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Like, well, it's because the person's probably nervous. They're giving off a scent.
Hey, no, my mom, her sister was attacked really bad by a dog when they were little. So my mom has this trauma about dogs. We had these little, we had a Shih Tzu and a Lhasa Apso. They're just little dogs. She was terrified, and the dogs would growl at her, and they didn't growl at anyone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. They smell things. They sense things.
Yeah.
That's why people have them as guards. I mean, that's how they made it.
Right.
To be dogs. They were the wolves that hung out with us and would let us know when something's going down.
Sentinels.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, well, I have a very strong olfactory sense. Like, I'm very, of my 5 senses, I would put it up there at the top. Like, I love perfume.
Really?
I love perfume. I don't like when women wear too much of it, and then they hug you at the Comedy Store, and then you go home, and you smell like fucking perfume. And you're like, honey, it's just Whitney Cummings has this new Chanel. But like sometimes I'll be sitting somewhere and I'll smell some nice perfume and I'll fucking whip my head around. It's like some 81-year-old woman hunched over, and you're like, oh.
Isn't it weird that
tricked me.
old ladies, no matter how old they are, they'll still put on the makeup, they'll still put on the
Hair
perfume.
done.
Let it out. Time to go out and see, go fishing. See if this old bait can catch a bass.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's this bar up at my where my mom lives in Florida, and there's this bar, and it's like a famous cougar bar, and it's all these rich women because men die faster.
Right.
It's like it's impossible for a woman in Florida who's in her 70s to find a guy who's anywhere near her age. She's got to date a guy in his late 80s if she's in her 70s.
Wow.
And so these women go to this bar, and they are, like you said, they're wearing a lot of leopard print.
Yeah, they'll let you know.
It's stiletto heels. It's like stiletto heels, but the toes are all twisted and mangled.
My wife has been watching this horrible show that's on Netflix. It's like one of those housewife shows, but it's all West Palm Beach ladies. It's all these like rich ladies with plastic surgery.
Palm Beach, not West Palm
Beach.
Yeah.
That's right. Palm Beach ladies. Is Palm Beach the rich area?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is West Palm like the more moderate area?
No, it's poor.
It's poor.
Yeah.
West
I
Palm
mean, well, it has good sections, but it has with the people that work on Palm Beach cleaning the houses live in West Palm Beach.
Oh, I see.
Because there's basically Palm Beach is a bridge to get to. Do you know the history of Palm Beach?
No.
They built.
I do. Yeah, but go ahead.
They created it. It was like a sandbar that they built up, and then they hired. They didn't hire. They hired a bunch of black people to come on the island and build all the houses, the infrastructure.
Black people.
I don't know.
I mean, for sure, they only hired black people?
I mean, look it up, Jamie, but like, all I know is there was a lot of black people doing the building. They finished it, and then the island held a big party for the black people on the end of the island to celebrate, and then they torched all their houses.
What?
And forced them off the island. Yeah, that's the history of Palm Beach.
They torched their houses?
Torched the houses.
After they were done building the mansions?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And it's probably the wealthiest piece of real estate in the country right now.
So, imagine a guy who built your house, he's at home with his kid.
Yeah.
Having wow, what a great job I got.
Yeah. And then I get to live in this beautiful place.
I live in this place. I helped build these beautiful mansions
These
that we
people are
drive
going
by.
to love me because I helped them create a life.
Oh my God, they lit their fucking houses on fire?
Yeah.
Pull up that story. I need to hear about that. That's crazy. But these ladies are just monsters. It's just all like the social status.
Yep.
It's all like who's got the most money. Like they don't even know how much money I have.
Yeah.
Like I'm a millionaire.
And then they have these clubs. My friend's father lives there, and he belongs to a club.
Oh, you gotta belong
And
to a club.
he worked for, I won't say who the person was, but a very famous Jewish family. And she went to lunch one day at one of these clubs that didn't allow Jews. And the waiter
Clubs still don't allow
No,
Jews?
this is going back 20 years at the most.
Only 20 years
20
ago?
years ago.
So in 2006,
Probably about
there was
that.
clubs that
20,
didn't allow
30 years.
Jews?
Yeah. Well, where Augusta, where they play the Masters, only started allowing black members in like the 80s. Remember Tiger Woods was playing there and he got shit because he was a black playing at a club where they didn't allow black people?
Really?
And they said, how could you do that?
During
Yeah.
Tiger Woods' lifetime?
Yep. Wow. Yeah. Wow. So anyway, so this Jewish woman goes to the club. The waiter wouldn't come over to the table. And finally the member went over and goes, what's going on? We can't serve her.
Can't
even know she was
not register
She's
any
famous.
place. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Why
I
are
think I
we
can
not
say it.
registering?
It was Estee
place?
Lauder's wife.
Wow.
Yeah. Or was Estee Lauder the woman? Yeah. Estee Lauder is the woman. It was her. One of the richest women in the country. Yeah.
You can't serve her because of her religion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was 2006.
Hey, the country clubs, the rule on it was, well, look, the Friars
We
Club.
need to make sure that's true. The Estee Lauder one. I definitely want to find out about the blood burning.
Well, the Estee Lauder is personal information.
Oh, okay,
I don't know
okay.
that's not published anywhere.
All right, forget about that.
But no, segregation in clubs. Private clubs used to get away with that until I was a member of the Friars Club in New York, and they did not allow female members until I was there it was the mid 90s before the Friars Club allowed female members. And the reason was legally you can't have a club exclude people if you can prove business is being done there. If there's commerce. If there's no business, you can let in whoever you want.
Right.
So that's how they got female members in there, and I think they probably, obviously business is being done at golf clubs.
Well, business is definitely being done at the Friars Club.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of deals probably got made there. A lot of ideas got hatched.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all these comics.
It was all agent. It was agents and comics.
I remember you used to love that place.
Dude, it was so fun.
You were always telling me about it. It was so unappealing to me.
It was a clubhouse for comedians. We used to go there. They had 2 beautiful pool tables. I played on the Friars Club pool team, and we used to play against other clubs in the city.
Yeah.
All the other private clubs. Paul Servino was my partner in pool.
Paul Servino could play.
He was good.
He was good.
Yeah.
He was he could run 100 balls.
Yeah.
In straight pool. He was a legit high level player.
So he carried me, but we used to play all the clubs, and then they got a nice gym with the best steam room in the city, and then they got these lazy boys. You work out, take a fucking steam, and you sit on a lazy boy, and you read the newspaper, and then they got a dining room downstairs where Henny Youngman is at one table, Alan King's at the, and these guys, like those old Borscht Bell comics, they lived to make you laugh. It's not like comedians today. So many of them are dark and quiet and disturbed. These guys fucking told jokes and they roasted you and they hugged you, and it was like a part of being on stage almost. It was expected.
Right.
Now
and they probably all felt real comfortable in this, comics only club.
Yeah. Right.
Folklore surrounding the Sticks of Palm Beach. So that's what it is.
That's the area what they call it.
So, go to the top of that, please. Right there. At the turn of the 20th century, there's an employment boom of unprecedented proportions in South Florida, the hiring of thousands of black laborers to extend Henry Flagler's Florida East Coast Railroad. Oh, this is the East Coast Railroad. These laborers played a key role in the development of the early Palm Beach, also helped to build the Royal Poinciana Hotel, Flagler's Whitehall residence, which is today known as the Henry Flagler Museum. Laborers and their families settled in Palm Beach Island between North County Road and Sunrise Avenue. This area of shanties and tent-like homes soon became known as the Sticks. Many of those descendants still live in the area today. So what happened? Does it say what happened? Okay, along came a fellow named Henry Flagler who decided he needed that land to build on to develop, Little said. And he threw a party for all the blacks on the island. And they all went over to the party, and while they were celebrating and enjoying themselves, their homes on the island of the town of Palm Beach burned down mysteriously. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
From what I heard, McCrae said, he got with the residents and set up a party on West Palm Beach side and had everybody ferried over to the party and then had a mob of people to burn up people's homes and shanties and tents all over the Sticks and forced them out of there and took the land. How many people died? Right, but what about their kids? Oh my god.
This is the problem I was looking up.
Okay. Palm Beach Historical Society version is very different. Published text only says that by 1912, the tenants of the Sticks had been evicted. That doesn't mean anything. They could have still been there.
I'm sure Flagler threw some money at the Palm Beach Historical Society.
Yeah, of course, right? No mention of a fire or any record of large-scale homelessness that would have followed such a devastating blaze. Everly Clark believes his version is the most accurate. The Sticks was actually legislated out of existence. They claim there was a fire and Flagler had the people come to circus and all that, but that's not true. Still, more than a century later, the urban legend remains strong and the pulse of public opinion split. There are so many historical facts that make some of the scurrilous removal of the residents believable that it's become lore for the most part in the black community. All right, well, let's find out if there's a historical record of the fires. That's it? And what year was this supposedly?
1920.
Yeah, I bet they did it.
I mean, look what they did in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
This was part of the playbook.
Right. Well, look what they did with the Tuskegee experiment.
Right.
Look at that. Like, how about that? They knowingly had all these people with syphilis and didn't treat them, just to study them, to see what would happen to them.
Yeah.
Did they give people syphilis, or did they just treat them for syphilis?
I don't know.
Whatever it was, they let these fucking people rot and die. Syphilis is a fucking horrible disease.
Tell me about it.
Did you get it? Do you know the story about syphilis and wigs?
No.
You don't know that?
No.
All those dudes in like the ancient times that had the big wigs?
Yeah.
That was to cover up their hair loss from syphilis.
Dude, how did not everybody have it?
Well, they all had wigs. They all had it back
Right,
then. In high society, first of all, those people were basically like Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
They were all just fucking freaks banging each other. You know, French society has always been like very loose sexually. And so these two royals, were they brothers or cousins? So these guys get syphilis, their hair falls out, right? You get holes in your face and shit, and they're still fucking everybody, right? And so they got wigs made. And the more money you had, the more elaborate and big your wig was. That's why rich people are big wigs.
No!
Yes!
I love it.
Isn't that crazy? Crazy. That term that we always used when we were kids, he's a big wig.
Yeah.
That's like ancient. That goes back to the 1400s.
That's like something you would hear on that guy Cody Tucker's
Yes,
feed.
I love that guy.
I'm doing his podcast on
he's
Sunday.
been online. He's great.
Yeah, he's
great. Very smart guy.
Yeah.
Here's what's interesting. There's a strong connection between the syphilis that evolved in North America and the syphilis that these guys had in Europe.
Yeah.
Like, there's always been syphilis, but syphilis had an outbreak in Europe after people came to North America, probably fucked a bunch of Native Americans, and then went back to Europe with these fucking diseases.
And then it mutated.
It's a different kind of syphilis.
Wow.
Yeah. They were cousins. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is a story. They were commonly used to cover up hair loss. But their use did not become widespread until two kings started to lose their hair. King Louis the 14th of France experienced hair loss at the age of 17, then hired 48 wig makers
48
to help combat his thinning locks. So a lot of these guys wound up getting syphilis, and there's, normal hair loss on top of it. Both conditions being syphilitic signals. Everybody had syphilis back then, man. They probably didn't wear condoms. They're probably all freaks. They're
No,
probably
they all
doing
went
cocaine.
to whores.
Yes.
I mean, that's what you did. When you were a wealthy guy, you went to the whorehouse all the time. Then you came home and you gave it to your wife. Then she had a baby, and depending on the disease, babies are born with the sexually transmitted disease that you gave your wife.
Right, and that's what the crazy thing about the Epstein leaks today. The one email
And we're here.
that said that Bill Gates wanted to get from him antibiotics to give to Melinda because he got syphilis or he got something. The clap, chlamydia, whatever he got. He got some sort of an STD from a prostitute.
Do you think if she could have the choice between getting what did she get, $50 billion, or not getting the syphilis?
Whatever she got. I bet it wasn't syphilis. It was probably the clap. It was probably chlamydia or something like that.
That's not a big deal.
But if who knows if that's true though? Here's the thing: like Epstein clearly was some sort of a blackmailer, and this is an email that Epstein wrote, so it could be complete fiction. Epstein could have wrote that just to put pressure on Bill Gates for some fucking business deal. Who fucking knows? He could have spread rumors and then said that he'll squash those rumors. But these guys are dealing in deception and blackmail, and so you can't assume that it's true.
Think about how many relationships Epstein had, and that he was working almost every one of them, leveraging, and he was kind of brilliant.
Well, he was really good at that.
Yeah.
That one thing, guy could have cured cancer if he went into that business.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was into science, yeah.
Well, he was also into compromising scientists, right? Like, let's say that you want to get a drug passed, right? And you want FDA approval of this drug, but it's some sort of a competing drug. We have a bunch of scientists on your side, and these scientists can go attack that competing drug.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, you have this guy, he comes from MIT, and he says this. You're like, oh, and then the FDA listens to him. mean, it's very important to have the leverage of respected academics.
Right.
You know, Epstein with a smiley emoji asked former Israeli PM Ehud Barak, did I say his name? Ehud Barak, to clarify he does not work for the Mossad in a meeting with a senior Qatari investment official. Whoa, okay. Right.
Unfortunately not. You should make clear that I don't work for Mossad.
Oh
You
boy.
or I.
He doesn't work for them. He just volunteers for them.
With a smiley face emojis are hilarious. Evil cocksuckers using smiley face emojis. That's hilarious.
Right.
That's so funny.
Dude, there's this really good show about Mossad called Tehran. Have you heard of that?
No. Oh, I have
It's
heard
on
about it. I
Apple
haven't
Plus.
watched it, though. Is
Yeah,
it good?
it's really good. I mean, it's a really good look inside of what goes on in Iran in terms of. It's really fucking brilliant. The infiltration that they did into.
No one's like them. They're the best.
Yeah.
They're the best at that.
I mean,
well, they have to be, right?
those
Like,
pages
this is
go-
them. This table is people who hate them.
Yeah. Right.
You got to become a bad motherfucker. Your neighbors don't want you dead.
Those pagers going off in Lebanon. That was a long play.
Months
that
and
was
months and months.
years.
Was it years?
Years.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Crazy. They're like,
And the page is right next to your cock.
Blow your dick off. You blow a hole through your pelvis.
Oh my God.
That's how you die.
And you're isolating your enemy. There's no civilian casualties.
Well, I bet they probably got some kids.
But low percentage
numbers.
versus bombing a building or something.
Which they did do. Yeah. They did some of that, like guys in the building.
I was on
level the building.
I was on Good Day LA one time. You know, it's all those like pretty women. They're actually really sharp. They're great. And I go, they say, oh, you came alone? I go, no, my agent's supposed to be here any minute. He's Lebanese. I just paged him before I got here, but I haven't heard anything back. And they were like, whoa. It just happened like 3 days before.
Didn't we just, didn't Israel just bomb Lebanon today?
Oh, really?
I believe so. Yeah, at least according to Twitter.
Well, what's going on in Iran? I heard things are heating up over there.
Well, Trump just said they're sending ships in that area, and but he also said Iran wants to make a deal. So maybe he's trying to put pressure on them to make a deal.
Yeah.
And, hopefully nothing happens in terms of like military intervention. Scary shit, dude. Because they have nuclear weapons, or they have the potential to eventually have nuclear weapons. But, I don't know. Did Israel bomb? Yeah, there was some image that showed like some fucking huge explosion. It said Israel just bombed Lebanon. They definitely have recently. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, there are, there it is. Israel bombs Lebanon. Yeah. Well, it's probably all just coming out, right?
I mean, would you type in that?
That's all you see is that one, so that might not be true. Click on that link to see if anybody's disputing it. Click on that tweet. Is this true? Grok. Click on that. Yes, multiple sources indicate report Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon on January 30th. Targeting Hezbollah, IDF confirmed a wave of strikes. Lebanese media noted the drone hit in, say that word. How do you say that word? Sidikin, killing one. Times of Israel's rock. These are details. Whatever you say that is.
We're so fucking lucky, man. We got no neighbors. Nobody's launching.
Well, we're in a good spot geographically.
Yeah.
We're separated by oceans on both sides.
Yep.
It's fucking
I know.
nuts. Which is why we should be really good friends with Canada. Like, what the fuck's going on? Trump ruined that whole thing, man. Because if he didn't talk about turning Canada to the 51st state, the Conservatives were going to win.
Yeah.
Pierre Polivet would have taken over. It would have been like, they would have like eased a lot of the restrictions, made it a lot more common sense.
Dude, China was just up there. They just made a huge deal to get all their cars from China now. We're not going to sell any American cars in Canada.
But you know, it's a real problem because China has some fucking amazing cars. Amazing cars now.
Yeah.
Bro, they're not fucking around. Their
they're
electric
cheaper.
vehicles are top of the food chain.
Yeah.
Tesla just yesterday, they just stopped the Model S and X production.
I saw that.
Apparently, this Optimus robot is going to change the world.
Yeah.
Everybody that I know that's seen it, when this thing integrates with AI, you're going to have a fucking dude in your house. You're going to have a super genius robot dude in your house. It's like iRobot. And will do whatever the fuck you need it to. Go dig a ditch. Go do this. Take out the garbage.
You know what's fucking great is for old people that live alone. They know everything about your life. They can actually hold a conversation with you.
Yes.
Show pictures of your fucking grandkids on their chest while they know your interests, ask you memories. All people want to do is talk about, memories, and they're going to listen.
Yeah, they'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Not only that, they'll confirm all of your delusions. Tesla to build 1 million Optimus robots per year at Fremont factory. 1 million a year.
Damn.
We need these robots. They're going to terraform Mars.
I don't think anybody's going to Mars. Not in our lifetime. I think that's all the future.
It's a little chilly up there.
It's not just that. It's just like no one's going to want to do it. You have a bunch of suicidal people who want to go.
It's a one-way trip.
Well, you can get back. You can get back. It used to be a one-way trip. Now they figured out you can get back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you have to wait 6 months.
Yeah.
You get back like every 6 months. That's that movie, The Martian.
Plus, the flight's going to be delayed.
Right.
Yeah.
You just hope that the micrometeor while it's out in space. Like all kinds of weird shit can happen. You have micrometeors. They're little tiny ones are flying around. They just punch holes through everything. They're going like 170,000 miles an hour and they just go whipping through the building.
How much junk is there in space right now in terms of like satellites that just crapped out?
Well, just if you ever looked at the amount of satellites that surround the Earth,
yeah,
it's fucking bananas.
Yeah,
it's nuts. And then
there's no plan for when they expire, right? They just stay up there.
Well, some of them they lose their orbit decays, and then they come crashing down into the Earth. Yeah, that happens, and they have to figure out where they're gonna hit. Hopefully they don't hit the little fucking Dusseldorf. You know what I mean? Like you can hit a major city.
It's such a funny city to say. Dusseldorf.
I mean, it could. You got a fucking satellite down there. It can land right in your face.
Yeah. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. I went to SpaceX for the launch of the last rocket. I watched the launch. We were right there. And I went into the control room with Elon and watched the entire journey while it was flying over the Earth and it lands, touchdown in Australia in the ocean.
Wow.
35 minutes later. It was
Really?
nuts. It was nuts.
So it breaks through the atmosphere, travels, and then comes straight down.
Yep.
In 35 minutes.
Space goes, and you get to watch because they have like 20 fucking cameras on the thing the entire time, live streaming through Starlink. So you're live streaming the interior, they're monitoring the pressure of the cabin, they're monitoring all these different things. And so this is the way they test tolerances. It's like when a lot of people say, oh, this rocket blew up, he's a dumbass. They want the rocket to blow up. Like they have to find out like what makes the rocket blow up. Like, how much pressure can you put? How thin do the walls have to be? How reinforced do things have to be?
Yeah.
And then
they're trying a new bit.
They make adjustments.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Like so they calculated in a certain amount of failures that they expect to have.
Yeah.
And this one actually had a failure but still landed.
So that's going to be the new first class, is going to Australia in 35 minutes. Wow.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Nuts. 35 minutes. Touchdown in the ocean.
But a pretty intense ride, I would imagine.
Not only
That's not a
that,
smooth
but
ride.
touchdown in an exact spot where they had boats ready. They had cameras filming it. They filmed the entire touchdown.
Does
from
it
the
have
outside.
to be over the ocean, or can they land on land?
Well, his rockets can now land on land. So you've seen how the thing comes down and lands on the ground, which is bananas. And then they stopped landing them on the ground. Now they catch them with arms. It's even more efficient. You've seen that, right?
Well, because NASA was wasting so much money because every single rocket was ruined when it came back.
Well, you know what's crazy? NASA is about to launch the Artemis mission, and no one's talking about it.
Where is that going?
They're sending people around the moon and having them come back to Earth, and you hear nothing. Like, have you heard about it?
No.
I mean, neither. You know how I found out about it? Somebody asked me at the club. Some guy in the audience said, "What do you think of the Artemis mission? What is it?" He's like, "NASA's got a mission that they're flying people around the moon." I'm like, "When?" He's like, "February." I'm like, "Come on, really?"
Well, what's the mission? What are they trying to do?
I don't know. Let's find out. Artemis
They're
2.
not landing on the moon.
Not this time.
Okay.
No, this time I think they're just flying.
Isn't it weird? Have we landed on the moon since the 60s?
If we ever did in the first place? No.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I don't know if we did.
I don't know if we did either.
I used to believe it before COVID. No, I didn't. I didn't believe it for a long time, and then I said I'm probably wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me just leave it alone. And then I got back into it. This guy's being deceptive. This is clear deceptive behavior.
I mean, I've checked it so many times online, and everybody said it's been refused. But my whole thing is like,
but it
was 1969. I had a '69 Chevy, and I used to drive it from Boston to New York, and it would break down about half the time.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's still it was a gas-powered engine.
Right, but it would go if you had to take one trip with it, it would make it. They were just not that good over time. You know?
I mean, how
they
much?
weren't that reliable.
What was the equivalent computing power that they had on that Apollo that we would have? Is it our phone?
Your phone is way more powerful.
Yeah.
You're way more powerful than a room of supercomputers. However, it doesn't take like immense computing power once you've got the calculations and you understand the trajectory and that you're going to use the gravity of the moon, you're going to slingshot around the moon and come back. That's not the problem. The problem is the Van Allen radiation belts. There's a thick band of radiation that surrounds the Earth. And not just that, but they tried experiments to blow holes in that radiation belt. There's this thing called Operation Starfish Prime, where they launched nukes into space and had them detonate them in the belts. And they thought they could blow a hole through it. Did the opposite. Made the belt supercharged. Made it way more radioactive.
Yeah.
At least temporarily. The problem is they've never sent anything out in deep space and had it come back alive, except the Apollo astronauts. They never even sent a chicken out there and had it come back alive. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Radiation and solar. If there was any sort of solar flare, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
If there's any sort of like weirdness, space weirdness, radiation weirdness, dead. Very little protection, thin aluminum shield. It just didn't make any sense. And also, there's not been a single thing from 1969 that's not cheaper, easier, and better today other than the moon landing.
And we haven't done it.
Yeah, we haven't done it since 72. They went
Isn't that crazy?
It's nuts. It doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
It was also the first time
By the way,
where...
can I just stop for a moment and go, having a talk about moon landing with Joe Rogan is a little bit like playing like pickup basketball with the Celtics. It's just a moment in time.
I know too much. I've spent a stupid amount of time of my life studying this.
Yeah.
It was also Werner von Braun, publicly said before we got involved with NASA, we couldn't go to the moon. It's like it would take so much fuel to get there. It would take the rockets would have to be so big to get there that it wouldn't be possible. And he also went to Antarctica before the moon landings to pick up moon rocks. It was a publicly known trip. Antarctica is a great place to get meteorites.
Antarctica?
Because it's all white.
Antarctica.
It's all just so when they land, you can see it. And a lot of our meteorites come off the moon. The moon gets hit, chunk flies off, enters Earth's atmosphere, lands on Earth. It's commonly known, right? So he did that. And then they gave away a piece of moon rock that they got from the moon to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, I think. Look that up. And this is like Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, Neil Armstrong presented this. Like, look, sir, we've given you a chunk of the moon. Turned out it was a piece of petrified wood. They had it analyzed years later. It was not a moon rock. They just, fuck these people.
Yeah.
Give them that fucking colored rock over there. Tell them it's from the moon. And somebody got suspicious. Like, wait.
It's like your wife finding out it's a cubic zirconium
Moon rock
on her
turns out to
finger.
be fake. Dutch National, boy, say that word. Rijksmuseum made an embarrassing announcement last week. One of its most loved possessions, a moon rock, is fake. It's just an old piece of petrified wood that's never been anywhere near the moon. And it was given to them. So, when was it given to them? Does it say? Okay. The rock was given as a private gift for former Prime Minister William Dries Jr. in 1969 by the U.S. Ambassador to the Netherlands, J. William Middendorf II, during a visit by the Apollo 11 astronauts Armstrong, Collins, and Aldrin soon after the first moon landing. Dries had been out of office for 11 years, but was considered an elder statesman. When he died in '88, the rock was donated to the Rijksmuseum, where it has remained ever since. According to a museum spokeswoman, Ms. Van Gelder, no one doubted the authenticity of the rock because it was in the Prime Minister's own collection, and they had vetted the acquisition by a phone call to NASA. It was insured for approximately $500,000, but its actual value is probably no more than $70. The value is what someone's willing to pay for it. I'll give you $100 for it.
Sure.
Sell it to me. I want that fake moon rock. If anybody has it, I will give you $10,000 for that fake moon rock.
Put it right on this fucking table.
That'd be
And
like-
also,
that's
like,
hilarious.
they get to the moon, and you're like, all right, they made it to the moon in a '69 Chevy, and now they got a car. What?
On the moon.
They had a car.
Where was it? There's a bunch of shit, man. There's the flag. There's an astronaut hops by the flag and it blows in this breeze in an atmosphereless moon. Like, there's so many problems with it. And you could say you are gaslighting yourself if you don't say there's no problems with the moon landing. It's fucking weird. The intersecting shadows, and people are like, well, it indicates two light sources. Like, no, it could be the It could be, but it could be intersecting shadows because of different light sources. It could be not just the sun, but like a fucking studio stage.
Wasn't there something about lights in the horizon that should have been there?
Well, lights in space. But the thing is, it's like if you're trying to film the surface of the moon in the day, you're not going to see any stars in the sky because it's going to be just like the stars on Earth. It's black. The light that's reflected off the moon's surface is probably going to drown out most of it. It's probably going to be like, you go out of New York City, you see a couple stars, right? Now think of the amount of light that's in New York City, and think of the sun blasting down on the white surface of the fucking moon, and how much reflection that must give. That makes sense, but it doesn't make sense that they didn't set a camera up with the aperture set up correctly, where you get a time-lapse photo, so you could get images of space. That could easily have been done. They didn't do any of that. But the problem with that is, if you took a photo from the moon, astronomers would be able to go, well, that doesn't make sense. This is not here. That's not there. That's not where these constellations would be. So it's too much work to place all the stars in the exact order. So just have it black. Have it black. Find the Apollo, the speech by Neil Armstrong at the 25th anniversary, because the speech is bananas. It's so cryptic. This is the guy who went to the moon, and he's talking to these genius kids, and instead of saying, hey, we went to the moon, listen to what he says, because it's fucking cool. Put on that.
That's not on your desktop, Jamie?
That should be in a folder, a saved folder. We pulled that thing up about 30 times. There's a lot of weirdness to it. And also, you're dealing with 1969. Richard Nixon's president. They lied about everything. They lied about going to the Vietnam War. They were about to do Operation Northwoods, where they're going to bomb Guantanamo Bay and blame it on the Cubans so that we can go to war with Cuba. They were going to blow up an American jetliner and blame it on Cuba.
There was all the lies about drugs, to start the war on drugs.
Hey, put the headphones on. Listen to this. So, this is the 25th anniversary. Let's hear it.
On the 25th anniversary of the event, in 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we've only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
What? What does that mean? One of truth's protective layers?
That's odd.
Beyond. You're talking to genius kids, and you're leaving a cryptic mark about truth's protect. How about saying, I went to the fucking moon, bitch. You can go to the moon too. We could all go to the moon. We should go to Mars. We could colonize space. No. Great breakthroughs for those who could remove one of truth's protective layers. Truth. Protective, like, it's great breakthroughs, but you have to realize we didn't really go to the moon. Okay? That is one of truth's protective layers.
Yeah.
It's filled with, but you have to be willing to be looked at as a fool.
Didn't Kubrick say that he shot the footage?
No, that's all fake. That's all fake. Yeah, that's the big rumor. So the thought was that Kubrick was involved because it would take a genius to be able to film it to make it look like the moon landing. Could be possible. You're dealing with Kubrick that was coinciding with 2001: Space Odyssey. It was at the same time that all this was going on. During the same time period. So if there was a guy that could do it, it would be Kubrick. But is there any evidence that Kubrick even talked to them? I don't know. You'd have to have someone like him, though.
Yeah.
Because you're faking this thing, you're trying to make it look pretty realistic. There's other problems. There's recurring backgrounds that are from places that are nowhere near the same place, but if you overlay them, they look exactly the same, like the same mountains in the background, the same topography, rather. You can go for weeks and weeks down this rabbit hole and lose your fucking marbles. What I like about it is if you're talking to someone annoying and they want to talk to you about like serious stuff, and I don't think we went to the moon, they go, I gotta go. They just leave you alone.
I love it.
They leave you alone.
Yeah.
It's great for me, who has a bunch of like very public opinions about things. Like, please dismiss me. I should not be a voice of like any kind of voice of authority or any kind of voice of what's true and what's not. I'm just talking shit. Okay, that's what I do. I'm not some official source of information. I don't want to be. So like, I like talking about the moon landing because they go, we don't even believe we went to the moon. You're right, I don't. Good.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. You don't have to listen to me. I'm not saying I'm right. But what I am saying is if there's one fucking conspiracy that I think is the most unlikely, the most preposterous in the public eyes, but might be true, it's that we didn't know the moon.
I remember I hadn't smoked pot because I haven't drank in 35 years, and I didn't smoke pot for 20. And then one night I was with my buddy Ross Broccoli. I don't know if you remember the guy. He was a comic out of New York, and he had a pickup truck. And I was doing a gig in Omaha. So he lives on a farm in Lincoln. Picks me up in this old pickup truck, and we smoke pot on the way back from the gig. And then we get to his house, and he starts showing me footage of the moon landing. I was up all night, just high, talking about how the spacesuit had a fucking, clearly there was a rope pulling on the back of the guys.
Yeah, the wires.
The wires pulling on that, and I was just like, what?
Well, have you seen the physics of guys falling down and then getting yanked back up to their feet? Like that's also, this is another guy that I talked to that's a physicist that doesn't want to be named, and he said, my problem has always been with the physics of 1/6 Earth's gravity. He goes, those people are not behaving like it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. He goes, when I look at it, it looks like it's in slow motion. But there's no indication that they can do things that you can't do in regular gravity. He's like, 1/6 Earth's gravity is crazy. Like, could you imagine, like, look, I weigh 200 pounds. Imagine if I weighed 1/6 of 200 pounds with 200 pounds of strength. How high I could jump? Dude, I'd probably jump 20 fucking feet in the air. Like, what is that? What is 1/6 of 200? Okay, imagine how far I can throw 35 pounds. I can take a 35-pound kettlebell and chuck it across the room. Especially if I wind up, if I spin around like a fucking shot putter, I'll fucking throw that thing. Imagine what you could do with a running start if you weighed 35 pounds and just leaped in the air. You could fly. This was his take on it. It's like, we don't have any observable instances of people operating in 1/6 Earth gravity, except for the moon missions. And he said, it just always seems weird to me. He goes, because when you look at the people in 0 gravity, they behave exactly like 0 gravity. You look at people in the space station, he goes, all that matches. They can all float around, they can spin, it seems funny, they can like drift toothpaste to each other and they catch it. He goes, all that tracks. It's like the moon landings. He goes, like, it's weird. He goes, I see them, they're like kind of hopping around, and then when you speed it up, like when you make it double speed, it looks like they're on Earth, just hopping around on Earth.
Also, were they live streaming it?
Yes.
I mean, back then, your phone was attached to the wall in the kitchen, and you know what I mean? Like,
right, but they could do some things live streaming back then. Here's part of the problem with it, though. When they live streamed it on television, the news stations, for the first time ever, were not allowed to get a direct feed. What they did was they had to point their cameras at a projection screen. And so NASA projected the images of these guys, the video of these guys on the moon. And that's why the original Apollo mission is so grainy and shitty looking. Like, what better way to hide the weirdness of it all than to make people film off of a projection screen? Like, see if you can find the original footage of the moon mission as seen on television. It's all weird, man. All of it's weird. The photographs are weird. It's weird.
There was this documentary that I saw once. It came out around 91, maybe. And it tracked the lives of the men who had been on the moon. The first ones that had been, I don't know if it's the first, but the first couple waves. And they all had these crazy existential experiences. One guy spent the rest of his life looking for Noah's Ark. I think one of them committed suicide.
Yeah.
One was like a born again.
Yeah, well, they were probably forced to lie in front of the whole world, and they had to live as a fraud, if it's true that they didn't go to the moon. I mean, it tracks their behavior. Neil Armstrong became a recluse, didn't want to give interviews, didn't want to talk to people. This is what you got to see on TV. It's just like, what is this? Oh, it's real weird. Nixon talked to them on the phone. Congratulations, boys. Like, maybe they had some sort of technology that could communicate with people that far away. But, like, wouldn't there be an immense delay?
Yeah.
How much? Well, I'm sure they would probably calculate that delay into the conversation if they were trying to fake it. But the point is, it's highly unlikely that we would do that in 1969 and not have bases on the moon by now. It's highly unlikely. Oh, well, you spend a lot of money. That's the other thing. All of the technology's missing, right? The telemetry data, they deleted all of that, which is like the real information that tracks the mission at every step of the way. All that's gone. They deleted that. They deleted all the original videos. All the original film, gone. All you get is copies. So nothing can be analyzed. 2.6 second round trip light speed delay appears in the original Apollo 11 recordings of Nixon's phone call. Huh, I would do that. I would make a little delay. I wouldn't make it instantaneous if I was going to fake it, especially if you're like fucking standing in Cuba. Yeah, it's all like real weird, man. It's real weird because the first thing that I saw that made me think about it was Bart Sibrel. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And I had him on the podcast. And that Neil Armstrong thing was the first time I saw that. That clip's actually from that documentary. The documentary's crazy. There's a lot of things in that documentary. You're just like, what?
Yeah.
What? But a lot of those astronauts got real fucking weird when they came back. But also, you'd probably get real weird if you went to the moon, too.
Exactly.
Well, the guys that just go in space, which I do believe they went in space, guys that just go to the space station come back and they have this very profound experience of seeing the Earth from a distance, and they just realize, like, oh my God, we're such fools. We're all together alone on this one thing. We're fighting over nonsense, borders and resources. There's enough for everyone. We should just unite as a human race. And it's like this. They all have a very similar kind of epiphany when they go up there, which makes sense. I mean, you're way up in the 300 miles above the Earth, looking down on it, thinking of how important this blue circle is to you. I mean, that would weird you out, period.
It'd be good for people. The more people that can see that, the better.
Oh, yeah. Look
Yeah.
what it did for Katy Perry.
Look what it did
Came
for her
back an
career.
astronaut.
It literally ruined her
I
career.
don't understand why it ruined her. Like, what was the big deal?
I don't know. It was.
People were mad at her.
I feel like it's like that when you see certain actresses at the Oscars act like fucking lunatics. Like, I forget that woman's name, but some actress, and they overdo the speech, and everybody goes like, "What a fucking phony weirdo," and then you just don't want to see their movies anymore.
That is true. It does happen. Or they just talk too much about politics or social issues, like that poor girl that was a really young girl that played Snow White. And she tanked the movie.
Oh,
Nobody wanted to see the movie after
yeah.
she was talking.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know. Just shut up.
These kids, they get so wrapped up in this social media echo chamber of being like a virtuous social justice warrior. And they want to use their platform and like, hey, honey, you're 19. Like, when I was 19, thank God nobody put a microphone in front of my face. Thank God. No one asked me what I thought about global events and world politics.
Yeah.
Social justice. Thank God. Thank God I didn't know Twitter.
So I spoke to you on the phone about a month ago, and I started to tell you a story, and you had heard it, and you said save it for the podcast.
Yeah.
All right, so I go to Alaska in October, and I'm doing a couple of shows, and so the guy that runs it says to me, I go, I'd like to do something, outdoorsy while I'm here. It's still, it's early October, so it's not too cold yet. And he calls me back and he goes, well, I know this guy, he's got an outdoorsy company, and he's a fan of yours, and he wants to take you out on an adventure. And now I hear adventure, and I'm like, that sounds like more than I want. I was just looking for like maybe a quick day trip. And so, because I'm a pussy, I'm not like you. I don't want to fucking be outside that. I love the indoors. The indoors is victory to me. And so the guy picks me up, and he's got a big pickup and a trailer on the back with a muddy dune buggy, and I get in, and he shakes my hand, and he's got a fucking rough grip. He's like, how you doing? And I immediately feel like such a pussy. Like my hand goes limp, and I'm like, hi! And so we start driving, and he was a really good guy, and I started to warm up to him.
Warm up. Muộn bao lâu? Tầm muộn 10 phút.
10 phút phết. 10 phút phết.
Mày gọi lúc 8 giờ 13 mà. À đâu, lúc 8 giờ 10. Mày ấn nhắn trên net không? Tao đang để thông báo tắt.
Đó. Có gì không?
Tao để thông báo tắt. Còn login. Mày được nghỉ Tết chưa đấy?
Nghỉ từ lâu rồi.
Lâu bao giờ? Từ lúc nào?
Từ tuần trước.
2 tuần trước à? 2 tuần trước tao ôn thi cái điểm. Chơi gì?
Cái gì Malatro à?
Mày biết không, tao xóa hết game.
Vãi on.
Thế bây giờ mày thích cái gì hiện tại?
Malatro hoặc là Doom. Ra thật là tao cũng đang muốn chơi lại Doom ấy.
Nhưng mà có chưa. Qua tao mới đọc thông tin về thằng sắp chết rồi nó bị bệnh gì. Nó sắp chết trong vài tuần nữa.
Cái gì cơ?
Thằng này
cái gì cơ?
cái ông này sắp chết trong vài tuần nữa. Ồ. Xong rồi ông ấy có một cái bệnh gì, ông ấy ở bệnh viện, thì bệnh viện nó cho một cái sẽ làm cho kiểu ông có thể ra một điều kiện này, thì kiểu ước trong cái gì thì bệnh viện nó sẽ cho. Thì ông này ước là được chơi Doom the Dark Age.
Ước được chơi Doom the Dark Age.
Thật luôn. Ông này cũng là fan của Doom.
Ngoài Doom hay đâu?
Hả?
Có ai nói đu hay đâu, tao muốn chơi chứ, đuổi đời bảo không.
Bây giờ mày có cái bệnh đấy đi, xong mày sắp chết.
Ôi chó, chó là chỉ quyền mình thôi.
Ở đây, ông này được chơi đu.
Còn mấy giây nữa.
Thoải mái đi.
Mày đang chơi hát đúng không? Lộn.
Chỉ đi lại vào update nữa sau hơn 1 năm. Lúc mới có update này tao mới nhận ra là cái update cuối nó năm trước, hơn 1 năm trước, 5 rưỡi. Lúc để tao nhớ lúc 2.2 ra tao điên mẹ.
Chơi hát à? Mày ở đây mày chơi hát 3 tiếng đấy con. Mẹ mày chơi từ mấy giờ? 13 17 5 giờ.
Yeah, tao chơi nhiều thế.
Mày chơi từ 5 giờ con.
Tao để AK lúc tao ăn tối. Con ăn xong
rồi. Đéo được rồi. Đéo được, thằng này chơi từ 5 giờ đéo được.
Tao để AFK mà.
Không được, mày trên 5 giờ đéo được, mày đéo nên sống, mày đéo nên sống.
Tại thế, tao vừa thi xong.
Còn gì cơ?
Tao vừa thi xong.
À, mày vừa thi xong, tao biết rồi. Tao thì thi từ lâu, bây giờ tao rất là chill gai.
Mày có điểm chưa? Điểm tốt rồi.
Tao 2 con B.
Mỗi thế thôi.
Con B 1 A thì chill phết.
Thế chỉ một gì.
Em cho đồ ăn. Tao sẵn sàng rồi, nhưng mà bây giờ tao muốn chơi Doom Dragon phết. Ra Doom Dragon nó không, tao đánh giá là nó không được hay bằng Doom thường ấy.
Doom thường nào? Có nhiều Doom lắm.
Tao bảo Doom nó không đánh giá. Doom đang hiện tại đang không đánh giá cao bằng Doom thường.
Chết đây nhỉ.
Rất tốt.
Mày bảo mày so sánh với Doom rồi mày biết Doom ra từ trước năm 2000.
Hả?
Mày bảo Doom nào? Mày so sánh với Doom nào?
Doom Eternal, cái Doom nổi nhất ấy, cái Doom từ 2010 mấy ấy. Đúng không?
Mày bảo Doom, mày bảo so sánh với Doom, có nhiều Doom lắm.
Nhưng mà kiểu cái Doom nổi nhất thì cái đấy mới là cái mà mày không chưa, tao đang rất là chill trong cái game Roblox của tao và còn đéo gì làm được thế này.
Thế thì chơi gì ở đâu tại 3 tiếng 2026 trên
2026 tem á thì phải
tao thoát đúng 2026. Chúc mừng năm mới.
Năm 2026 cái gì 2026 cái gì đấy tao đéo nhớ nó nói cái gì mà in 2025 has ended xong nó bắt đầu giáp về việc mẹ cuộc đời 2025 thế nào. Mày thực sự chơi 3 tiếng không rồi, 3 tiếng mẹ 3 tiếng Zelda Dash đéo ổn rồi.
Nó nhiều hơn 3 tiếng. Đấy nên tính cũng chuẩn.
Gần 4 tiếng gì đấy. Ồ thật luôn.